hear this all right? Is that okay? Is that level all right? This is where I'm... Does it need to be closer? Does it need to be closer? Here, I'll move. But I don't want it over the scroll. Is that better? Is that okay? Will that be all right? Okay. Way where they're gonna all fall. You try it too. Ya da 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 da. 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 Ya da 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 da.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Boker Tov. It's lovely to be here together this morning and welcoming you into this space where last night we fed our bodies And this morning we feed our souls. You may notice throughout the service as you look that the different strands woven through this year's biennial are also woven through the service. And you'll see that indicated at the top of what the images are. And you may feel that another theme throughout the weekend might be more fitting for you, and we probably would agree with you too, so that's fine. Also, we have edited the liturgy to enable the day's program to proceed as it needs to. So apologies if you don't hear all your favorites in the service this morning. And with that, we will continue.
Ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu.
Please join in. Eternal God, we come before you surrounded by members of our community. With them we share our happiness, and it becomes greater, our troubles, and they become smaller. May we never be too mean to give, nor too proud to receive. For in giving and receiving we discover you and begin to understand the meaning of life. Let us not separate ourselves from the true strength of our community, the experience and wisdom of old people, the hopes of the young, and the examples of care and courage which sustain us. Give us an open mind and a generous heart to welcome those who need us and to admit your presence into our daily life. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Ozer Yisrael bigvura. We praise you, eternal God, for the strength that comes to us through our community. And for these beautiful blessings that you'll see, there's an invitation, and it isn't just an invitation to an action. So as you're comfortable, please join in. Blessed are you, awakener, life of all worlds, who removes sleep from my eyes and slumber from my eyelids. Blessed are you, generous creatrix, who stretches forth the earth upon the waters. Blessed are you, sacred flame, who illuminates and shines upon everyone and everything. Blessed are you, holy fashion designer, who delights in the way we dress ourselves as altars. Blessed are you, liberation worker, who moves us to stretch and expand toward freedom. Blessed are you, divine apple orchard, who delights in my delight and is praised by my pleasure. Blessed are you, nameless and infinite, who made us in your image and reminds us that all bodies are sacred and holy. Blessed are you, wings of gold, who crowns my people, all people, with splendor. Blessed are you, holy breath, who fills me with this gift every day. Blessed are you, abundance, who helps me remember I have everything I need. Blessed are you, the way, who meets me where I am. Blessed are you, source of life, who I draw on for strength, and who reminds me that rest is a sacred act. Blessed are you, fabulous one, who loves me just as I am. Blessed are you, weaver of being, who shaped the human being with wisdom, making for us all the openings and vessels of the body. It is known that we are miracles, and all bodies are miracles. Blessed are you, you of many names, for revealing infinite paths of healing. Baruch Shemar v'haya olam, Baruch hu, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Hamehulal b'fi amo, Meshubach u'mforah bilshon chasidav avadav, Bishvachot u'vizmirot, Negadelcha v'namlichacha, Malkeinu yachichei olamim, Baruch atah Adonai, Melech mehulal batish bachot. And in celebration of joy, we sing.
Wonderful to be able to bring this Yemenite tune back to our biennial. We heard it online in a previous biennial, and now we get to do it in person. Hallelujah, El Bekodsho, Hallelujah. Bekia uzo, hallelujah, Bevurotav, hallelujah, Karov good Lord, Kol Hanshama, ta hallelujah, 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 Kol Hanshama, ta hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, B'tei shofar, hallelujah, B'nevel v'chino, hallelujah, B'tof u'machol, hallelujah, B'mini v'ugav, Kol hanshama ta hallelujah, 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 Kol hanshama ta hallelujah, 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 b'tziltzalei shama, hallelujah, b'tziltzalei truah, Kol hanshama ta hallelujah, 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 Kol hanshama ta hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
I invite you to rise in body or in spirit.
ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו, האל המלך הגדול הקדוש בשמיים ובארץ, כי לך נאה אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, שיר ושבחה, הלל וזמרה, ברכות והודאות, מעתה ועד עולם. ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוהה בשירי זמרה. ברכו את אדוני המבורך. ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
Can settle. We praise you, eternal one, our God, sovereign of the universe, maker of light and creator of darkness, author of peace and creator of all things. Our ancestors trusted in you, and you taught them the laws of life. So be gracious to us, teach us. We praise you, O God. In love you have called your people Israel to serve you. Baruch atah Adonai, habocher be'amo Yisrael be'ahava. And please rise in body or in spirit as the ark is opened.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed.
V'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavcha u'v'chol nafshecha u'v'chol meodecha. V'hayu hadvarim ha'ele asher anochi mitzavcha hayom al levavecha. V'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta bam. V'shivtecha b'veitecha uvlechtecha v'derech. U'shochbecha v'kumecha. U'kshartam la'ot al yadecha. V'hayu l'totafot b'neinecha. U'ktavtam al mezuzot beitecha. U'visharecha. Leman tizkaru vasitem et kol mitzvotai v'tem kedoshim lelohechem. Ani Adonai Elohechem asher hotzeti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim Liyot lachem le'Elohim. Ani Adonai Elohechem. So now, together, in this space, we have an opportunity to reflect on, to acknowledge those mi chamocha moments. Could have been this morning, over the last 24 hours. Mi chamocha moment, what is that? When we say mi chamocha, it's not just for this morning, it's for every waking hour when we have a blessing in our lives that we acknowledge, say, fantastic, who is like you, God, that this person or this event or this encounter was brought into my life. And so let's just take a few moments to consider, to reflect on, to appreciate those mi chamocha moments. So just as Moses and Miriam and all of Israel sang in joy at the shores of the sea, we also sing in joy together, holding those blessings, those michamocha moments in our hearts as we rise, we sing in song. We rise in our voices and sing in song. Michamocha pa'ilim Adonai, Michamocha nedar b'kodesh, Nora tehilot, Osei Nora tehilot, Osei Feleh
Shira chadasha shibachu geulim l'shimcha asfat hayam yachad kulam hodu v'himlichu v'yameru Adonai Yimlo leolam va'ed Adonai Yimlo leolam va'ed. Open my eyes to gaze and linger, to cultivate the practice of pause. This is the revolution. To liberate the light from the dull and routine way we walk through this life. How would you be in this world? What would you say if you somehow understood that your true purpose is to be a testifying witness? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu Imotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel v'Elohei Leah Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor v'Hanora El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chastei Avot V'Imahot Umevi Gula Livnei V'Neihem Leman Shemo B'Ahava Melech Ozer U'Moshiach U'Magen Baruch Atah Adonai Magen Avraham Bezrat Sarah At Gibura Leolam Havaya Mechayam Etim At Rabba Lehoshia Mashiva haruach umarida hageshem, mazricha hashemesh umarida hatal, mechakelet chayim bechesed, mechaya meitim berachamim rabim, somechet noflim verofa cholim, umatira asurim, umekayemet emunata lishene afar. Mi chamoch ba'alat gevurot, u'midom malach gevuram emita umechaya, umatzmicha Yeshua, v'nemenet at lehachayot metim, brucha at havaya, mechaya hametim. Blessed is the source of all, continually renewing life. Without a sound, I whispered a secret prayer to God, who whispered a secret answer to me, so quietly that it arrived in the chambers of my soul without a sound. Oh, how I wish to hear your voice. Oh, how I wish to know your dreams for me. Oh, how I wish to let my heart run wild and free, as light as a bird's song, as true as the call of the shofar, as certain as an angel calling out, holy, holy, holy. I whispered a secret prayer to God, who whispered a secret answer to me, to trust that blessings arrive in the chambers of my soul without a sound.
Yismechu b'malachutecha, shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Yismechu b'malachutecha, shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Mekadashei, Mekadashei Shavi Shabbat, Kulam Yismehu, V'yitangu Me'tuvah Shabbat, Yismechu B'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat V'korei, Oneg Shabbat, Yismechu B'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. V'hashvi ratzita bo v'kidshto Shabbat. Chemdot yamim, oto karata Shabbat. Yismechu b'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Yismechu b'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Zeichel l'maaseh v'reishit Shabbat. Zeichel l'maaseh v'reishit Shabbat. Yismechu b'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Yismechu b'malachutecha, Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'korei, oneg Shabbat. Baruch atah Adonai, Mekadesh HaShabbat.
Let's pray together. Grant peace, welfare, and blessing, grace, love, and mercy to us and to all Israel, your people. As a loving parent, bless us with the light of your presence, for by the light of your presence, eternal God, you have revealed to us the law of life, a love of kindness and righteousness, blessing and mercy, life and peace. For it is good in your sight that your people Israel and all peoples be blessed at all times with your gift of peace. We praise you, O God, the source of peace. Baruch atah Adonai, Oseh HaShalom. Just this, that you hear me. You hear what I say and what I leave unsaid. You hear the stirrings of my most hidden heart. Just this, no matter what I say, I'll never be too much for you. Because you hear me, I'm never alone. And so now we have a few moments, some time to reflect, meditate, add our own prayers.
Oh, say shalom, bimromav, uyase shalom, aleinu, they are called Israel. They are called Yoshvei Tevel. Oh, say shalom, bimromav, uyase shalom, aleinu. They are called Israel. They are called Yoshvei Tevel.
As we come towards the centerpiece of a Shabbat morning service, prompted by a question I was just asked, I think it's also a moment a Mich moment, to appreciate a colleague of ours who is not here this morning. He will be officiating the service at LJS later, Rabbi Igor Zinkov, whose work all these slides is. So we want to say thank you to Igor, appreciate his wonderful skill that allows us all to join in this service wherever we are this morning. And so we come to the Seder Kriyat HaTorah. And so it's my delight to ask Joel Hoffman, one of our keynote speakers, and Ruth Seeker, the chair of Liberal Judaism, to come forward as we begin our Seder Kriyat HaTorah. Hakhel et ha'am. Assemble the people. Let no one at all be excluded, to hear and learn to revere the Eternal One, your God, and to observe faithfully all the precepts of this Torah. And let their children who do not yet know it hear and learn to revere the Eternal One, your God. Please rise.
V'ha'eninu b'toratecha v'daber libeinu b'mitzvotecha v'yached levaveinu li'ahava ul'ira et shemecha v'ha'eninu b'toratecha v'daber libeinu b'mitzvotecha v'yached levaveinu li'ahava ul'ira et shemecha.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Eternal One is our God, the Eternal God is one.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadlu l'Adonai iti unaroma ma shemo yachdav. Let us magnify the Eternal One. Together, let us exalt God's name.
Lecha Adonai, Hagedula, V'Hagevura, V'Hatiferet, V'Hanetzach, V'Hanetzach, V'Hahod. Ki chol b'shamayim u'va'aretz. Lecha Adonai hamamlecha v'hamitnaseh l'chol l'rosh.
Please do be seated. And so it's my great pleasure to invite colleague and friend Rabbi Rachel Benjamin to come up to introduce for us the Torah portion this morning.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. It's lovely to be here with you all. So this Shabbat, we begin the reading of the fourth book of the Torah, known in Hebrew as Bamidbar, from the fifth word of the Parsha, in the desert or in the wilderness, and more correctly, Bamidbar Sinai, in the wilderness of Sinai. The Talmud gives another name to the book, Chumash HaPekudim, the fifth or the book of those numbered, which of course corresponds to its English name, the Book of Numbers. Both wilderness and numbers capture significant elements of the book's contents, one implying perhaps chaos and the other order and structure. As biblical scholar and my teacher Tamara Kon Eskenazi comments, the book is itself a kind of wilderness, a seemingly chaotic combination of narratives, lists, and laws that can be roughly divided into three parts. Numbers narrative begins where Exodus 40 left off. The first part describes orderly preparations and departure from Sinai, where the Israelites had camped for 2 years. The second part describes descent into chaos, with the Israelites' adventures, or rather misadventures, during the journey. This section is marked by murmurings and rebellions and their dire consequences, including God's decision to doom the generation of the Exodus to die in the wilderness. The third part describes the preparation of the new generation for life in the promised land. The census with which the book begins serves to count the men of military age to prepare for the conquest of the land of Canaan. Two more censuses in this parasha entail the counting of all firstborn males of over 1 month old and the counting of all male Levites 1 month and older. In the list of the men from each tribe who are selected to assist Moses and Aaron with the counting of the people, it's worth noting how many times or how frequently a designation of God makes up part of their names. Most commonly El, as in Nitan El, God has given, but also Shaddai, Almighty, and Tzur, Rock. Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz points out that twice as many of the younger generation have the name of God in their names, as do their parents. I wonder what this indicates. Faith in the future, perhaps? Hope for the future? Well, very much a theme for this weekend. It's been pointed out many times that these censuses exclude most young and elderly men, women of all ages, the sick and the disabled. But the stories recounted in the book of Numbers would not be complete without Kol Adat B'nai Israel, the entire community of the children of Israel. As Rabbi Leah Berkowitz comments, to tell the truest version of our story, we need people of all ages, genders, ethnicities, races, backgrounds, and abilities. We need people who provide instruction, leadership, and guidance. But we also need the wanderers, the rebels, the kvetchers, who express our fear, doubt, anxiety, and impatience. Our sacred story is held together both by what's in the foreground and the background, the laws we receive and the ones we rebel against, the people we count and the people we don't. Each is a thread in the fabric that makes up our sacred story. If even one of those elements is missing, the story would be incomplete. I think we can be proud to say that for liberal Judaism, every person is counted and every person matters. I wouldn't necessarily say that Daventry is midbar, wilderness, but I trust that these special days of togetherness at the biennial will give us a precious opportunity to gain some perspective, to have a clearer view of things, to deepen our spiritual awareness, to renew friendships and make new ones, perhaps to make some order out of chaos and prepare to face the future together. Amen.
Thank you, Rachel. That was wonderful. And so it's also my pleasure to say Ya'amod, Morenu Harav, friend and colleague, Daniel ben Yochanan Umalka B'Kriyat HaTorah.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamavorach. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'chabanu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
At least it's easy to find the place when you're reading from the beginning of a book. וידבר אדוני אל משה במדבר סיני, באוהל מועד, באחד לחודש השני, בשנה השנית לצאתם מארץ מצרים, לאמור, שאו את ראש כל עדת בני ישראל למשפחותם, לבית אבותם, במספר שמות כל זכר לגולגולותם. מבין 20 שנה ומעלה, כל יוצאי צבא בישראל, תפקדו אותם לציב אותם, אתה ואהרון. ואיתכם יהיו איש למטה, איש ראש לבית אבותיו הוא. ואלה שמות האנשים אשר יעמדו איתכם. לראובן אליצור בן שדאור, לשמעון שלומיאל בן צורי שדי, ליהודה נחשון בן עמינדב, ליששכר נתנאל בן צוער, לזבולון אליאב בן חילון, לבני יוסף, לאפרים אלישמע בן עמיהוד, למנשה גמליאל בן פדחסור, לבנימין אבידן בן גדעוני, לדן אחיעזר בן עמישדי, לאשר פגאיאל בן אוכרן, לגד אליסף בן דאואל, לנפתלי אחירה בן עדן. אלה קרואי העדה, נשיאי מטות אבותם, ראשי אלפי ישראל הם. ויקח משה ואהרון את האנשים האלה, אשר נקבו בשמות, ואת כל העדה הקהילו באחד לחודש השני, ויתיילדו על משפחותם לבית אבותם, במספר שמות מבין 20 שנה ומעלה, לגולגולותם. כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה, ויפקדם במדבר סיני. And the Eternal One spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, on the first of the second month, in the second year of their going out of the land of Egypt, saying, literally lift up the heads or count the heads, take a census of the whole community of the children of Israel, by their clans, by their ancestral houses, according to the number of names, every male, head by head, from the age of 20 years and upwards, every man who can go out in the army in Israel. Make a reckoning of them according to their groups, you and Aaron. And with you there shall be one man from each tribe, and that man shall be the head of his ancestral house. And these are the names of the men who will stand with you. From Reuben, Elitzur the son of Shedeur. For Simeon, Shlumiel the son of Tsurishadai. For Judah, the well-known Nachshon the son of Aminadav. For Yissachar, Netanel the son of Tzuar. For Zebulun, Eliav the son of Chelon. For the sons of Joseph, for Ephraim, Elishama the son of Amihud, and for Manasseh, Gamliel the son of Pedachzur. For Benjamin, Avidan the son of Gidoni. For Dan, Achiezer the son of Amishadai. For Asher, Pagiel the son of Ochran. For Gad, Eliasaph the son of Deuel. And for Naphtali, Achira the son of Enan. These are the ones who are called out from the community, chieftains of their ancestral tribes, heads of the alfei, literally the thousands or the contingents of Israel. And Moses and Aaron took these people who had been marked out by name, and they gathered together the whole community on the first of the second month, and they were affiliated by their clans, by their ancestral houses, according to the number of names, from the age of 20 years and upwards, head by head. Just as the Eternal One had commanded Moses, so he made a reckoning of them in the wilderness of Sinai.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen.
Shkar, Danny. We invite you to remain seated, as we're not going to do Hagbah, but we will return the scroll to Joel.
Baruch Shenatan Torah le'amo Yisrael.
It's my further pleasure to invite someone I think we would all see as a contemporary Neviah to come forward and to read the words of a second Neviah, a contemporary commentary on the parasha that we have not intended as a commentary, but it serves as a commentary on the reading that we have just heard from the Torah. So welcome, Rabbi Dalia Marks.
Shabbat Shalom. As Rabbi Rachel already mentioned, we are in the progressive movements committed to mention all names and to remember everyone. Everyone has a name, but we also know that each one of us has more than one name. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנביאים טובים ובנביאות טובות ורצה בדבריהם הנאמרים באמת. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בתורה ובמשה עבדו ובישראל עמו ובנביאי האמת והצדק. לכל איש יש שם. לכל איש יש שם שנתן לו אלוהים ונתנו לו אביו ואמו. Each of us has a name given by God and given by our parents. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו קומתו ואופן חיוכו ונתן לו האריג. Each one of us has a name given by our stature and our smile and given by what we wear. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו ההרים ונתנו לו כתליו. Each of us has a name given by the mountains and given by our walls. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו המזלות ונתנו לו שכניו. Each of us has a name given by our stars and given by our neighbors. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו חטאיו ונתנה לו כמיהתו. Each of us has a name given by our enemies, by our sins, and given by our longings. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו שונאיו ונתנה לו אהבתו. Each of us has a name given by our enemies and given by our love. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו חגיו ונתנה לו מלאכתו. Each of us has a name given by our celebrations and given by our work. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו תקופות השנה ונתן לו עברונו. Each of us has a name given by the seasons and given by our blindness. לכל איש יש שם שנתן לו הים ונתן לו מותו. Each of us has a name given by the sea and given by our death. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם צור כל העולמים צדיק בכל הדורות האל הנאמן האומר ועושה המדבר ומקיים שכל דבריו אמת וצדק. נאמן אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ונאמנים דבריך ודבר אחד מדבריך על השחור לא ישוב ריקם כי אל מלך נאמן ורחמן אתה. ברוך אתה אדוני הנאמן בכל דרכיו.
And so we come to prayers for our community. I'm delighted that Rabbi Charlie Baginski, friend and colleague, will be leading us in those prayers. May I invite you please to rise, body or spirit.
Our God, whose dominion is everlasting, we ask you to bless our sovereign King, Charles, and to guide the government of this country. Help us to be good citizens working together for justice and peace at home and abroad. Bless this holy community and all holy communities and support the life and work of all who labour for their welfare. Our God and God of our ancestors, we ask your blessing on the state of Israel and all who live there. Give wisdom and understanding to its leaders and friendship and compassion to the people. so that there may be lasting peace on its borders and in its homes. Soon may your promise be fulfilled, for Torah shall come out of Zion and the word of God from Jerusalem. We ask you to listen to our prayers and look on us kindly, supporting those who are troubled, consoling the bereaved, sending relief to those in pain or anxiety. As you bless our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and our mothers, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, bless our own congregation, all other congregations gathered in prayer, and everyone who responds to the needs of the community. May such be the divine will, and let us say, Amen. Amen.
And in case you missed the note at the bottom, that was taken from the Reform Siddur to serve our purposes this morning. We continue, and I invite you to join with me as we have the privilege, additionally, of blessing a new month, which begins tomorrow. So let's read together. Eternal One, our God and God of our ancestors, may the new month be for us a time of renewal. Grant to each one of us a long life of peace, welfare, and blessing, a life of prosperity and health, a life guided by conscience, unmarred by self-reproach or shame, a life exalted by love of Torah and reverence for the divine, a life in which the longings of our hearts may be fulfilled for good. Rosh Chodesh Sivan Yiyeh Bayom Echad. The new month of Sivan will begin as night falls this evening. And we continue. May it be the will of the Holy One ever to be praised, that it bring for us and for the whole house of Israel life and peace, happiness and joy, deliverance and consolation. And let us say, Amen. Yechad Shehu HaKadosh Baruch Hu Aleinu V'al Kol Amo Beit Yisrael, L'chaim u'L'shalom, L'sason u'L'simcha, L'shua u'L'nechama, V'nomar, Amen. Ki lekach tov natati lachem. Behold, a good doctrine has been given you, do not forsake it. It is a tree of life to those who hold it fast, and all who cling to it find happiness. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace.
Hashivenu Adonai Eilecha v'nashuva Chodesh Yameinu k'kedem Chodesh Yameinu k'kedem.
Please do be seated. And a further privilege for me is to invite the co-chairs of COLRAC, the Conference of Liberal Rabbis and Cantors, Rabbi Dr. Renee Fertzel and Rabbi Rebecca Burke, to speak to us all this morning.
Shabbat Shalom, morning everyone. I begin with a little story, anecdote of a son calling his Jewish mother just to see how she is. Mom, how are you? She says, I'm okay. I haven't eaten for 38 days. Mom, why not? I didn't want my mouth to be full when you called. So for us, we have been very busy. We have not been waiting these last 4 years since we met. We really have seen our communities and our liberal Judaism thriving during COVID, responding to COVID. Last night's session, we were so quick to be able to transform our communities into places that people could energetically feel the spirituality through the screen. Renee and I are delighted as co-chairs of Kolrak to be here with you today, co-chairs of the Rabbinic Conference. We took over from Rabbi Aaron Goldstein with all his compassion and expertise as he guided us into the beginning of lockdown and COVID. And Renee and I will now be passing over in the next few months. But we feel that this is a moment for us to speak to this new book and this new moment of our Jewish lives as liberal Jews. Renee and I are partners in crime and particularly simpatico about responding to Torah and finding a way for Torah to speak to us where we are. So full of this leadership experience, here we are speaking to this new moment of the opening chapters of the book of Bamidbar, a new page, of course, for the Jewish people, but particularly for us as liberal Jews right now. So, of course, we read, count all the congregation of the children of Israel by families, following their family houses, a head count of every person according to their names and how many of them they are. Opens, as we heard, with a census, a taking stock of who is in the community. And as always happens for all of us, Torah speaks to us exactly where we are, no matter how many generations have passed. And here we are in the first biennial of 4 years, the first time we are here together, being counted. And what we have learned is this, that standing up, showing up, being in minyan together is what has sustained us and actually what matters to us. LJ Matters is the challenge, the question, the statement of this conference, and we know that being together in community matters. We have watched our congregations awaken, transform themselves post-COVID, emerge in so many cases stronger, more inclusive, more together, with a broader reach, and yet not so immune to physical connection that the power of meeting up again in our own sanctuaries, or indeed even here, is not incredibly moving and important for us. That is what being counted is about. And we have watched over these past 4 years what liberal Judaism, what the matters are, what is important to us. We have seen how we respond to the wider world. Lo ta'amod al dam re'echa, do not stand by the blood of your neighbor. We have seen the power of collective prayer. We have, Renee and I have watched as each of us rabbis in our collective have responded to accompanying our congregants, to finding new ways to bear witness and new ways to be in connection with each other and to find meaning in our Jewish lives. Bamidbar, as Rabbi Rachel reminded us, means in the wilderness. It implies a sense of uncertainty. And actually, surely in our own lives, we have seen that in the most uncertain times, that is the place for the richest beginnings. The book captures confusion and a reluctant openness in a way. That period in the desert was full of loss and change and eventual growth for our ancestors. Full indeed of yearning and grief, but also of recovery and possibility. And that, I think, is what our progressive Judaism is about. Soon we'll see in this book, in Parashat Ba'Holetecha, we'll be reminded how they missed the onions, the garlics, the leek, yearning for a past that felt familiar, yet forgetting the adversity and the whips that accompanied it. They learned that moving forward does entail loss. Then in Parshat Shalach Lecha, which we'll have soon, there was change again. Courage needed to negotiate new possibilities of inhabiting and indeed conquering a new and enticing land. Rashi, that wonderful commentator that brings alive so much of Torah for us, said the greatest sin of the children of Israel was to underestimate themselves and to underestimate God. We looked like grasshoppers to ourselves and to them, they said. So now we are compelled in our own lives, in our own generation, to bring confidence to our story of liberal Judaism and to this moment of entering a new phase of joining and collaborating and bringing possibility with us. Or the portions of Pinchas and Chukat when Aaron and Miriam die. And so, as always, we mirror those moments in our own lives. We know that all change, all moving forward entails a little bit of loss. And we will be ready to articulate those losses, those moments of grief, alongside our own enthusiasm for change. Here we are again as a people at a crossroads of uncertainty, but full of possibility and hope.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, the morning in the desert is something that always amuses me. I was thinking about it this morning when I was looking at the breakfast and I thought, where's the bacon? It was a kind of... So, yeah, forget what I just said.
Not scripted, no.
So can you just... So I wanted to reflect on the book of Numbers as Rebecca has already done as a whole, because the book of Numbers is a very interesting one. It's probably the one that stands out in the whole of the 5 books. It doesn't really help to understand, the sources that we can trace in the other 4 books. It's a bit different. The historical critical approach for this book is quite confusing because we have traditions that are not found elsewhere. But about this generation of the desert, and Rabbi Rachel, I'm sorry, but I think Daventry is a bit of a wilderness. It was a kind of difficult to find. But I always think about this generation of the wilderness, and I have the utmost compassion for them. Our ancestors, they left Egypt in haste. They followed a man who used to be their oppressor. They listened to a God they could not see and that very often was quite violent and a bit petulant with them. And they fled for their life through the wilderness, first in Egypt, then they crossed the sea with walls of water. Sorry, I've watched Cecil B. DeMille, The Ten Commandments, many times, so I still have these images in my head. And they arrived at a place that was remote and barren. So the whole book of Numbers is a testimony to their struggle to make sense of what was happening to them, of these events of extraordinary magnitude. They must have been terrified and understandably reluctant and angry. And actually, anyone who wants to become a leader in any capacity in the Jewish people, just go and read the book of Numbers and think about Moses. But to be honest, the Jewish tradition hasn't been fair to this generation. They are often described as a generation of the desert who abandoned God's ways. And yet I can understand why they were feeling like that, because I've been there, we've all been there. Think about moments in your life when events unfolded too quickly for us to take stock, when you felt completely out of control. And as you know, life has a strange habit to throw at us unexpected challenges, including the belief that we have everything under control. And then they found themselves at the feet of Mount Sinai, receiving Torah, as we will remember this week, because it's now the new week, another events of incredible magnitude. And think about what happened in their lives, these two immense moments, and we can really understand how they felt. They were told there, you are now one people. You are now receiving a law that gives you guidelines to live by. You and I, says God, you, the people of Israel, and the God of Israel, we are entering into a sacred covenant, into a relationship with privilege, duty, and also responsibilities. And what remains many centuries later are the core tenets of this law, the ethical values that sustain Jewish life, and are the very reasons why Judaism matters today. During this time of the Omer, the 50 days between Pesach and Shavuot, Pesach, the liberation of our people, and Shavuot, the gift of Torah, this very moment where they are in this liminal state between two poles in the history. We read the Pirkei Avot, so maybe you've seen that online. You know, we had 6 sessions, and the last one will be, actually, it's us, yeah? We have to get ready. So, for 6 Wednesdays, we read, some liberal rabbis read with you some passages from the Pirkei Avot, and on the second session, I think it was Rabbi Aaron was teaching on these days, we read the following words: "Do not judge others until you are in their place." In other words, you can never know what your fellow is going through. So instead of judging them, show them compassion. Compassion for our fellow human beings, compassion for all lives, compassion as a driving force when we engage with what is just outside of ourselves. So like our ancestors, we collectively, liberal Jews, are at the feet of a new Sinai. Of course, it's less dramatic, no thunders and no big earth shake, but we know what we want to do. We want to build a new, larger, more powerful and meaningful progressive movement. We know that it's the right thing to do. And we all agree that this is a fascinating prospect of the future. But in truth, nobody can foresee the outcome of this whole process. Its success is not a given gift, and there is much hard work awaiting us. To give us the chance to succeed, we must always apply these 2 principles. First, as Rabbi Moshe Zemer said in his book about progressive halacha, any decision made must be ethical. And the second, the whole process must be imbued with compassion. There will be compromise, loss, disappointment, and it's impossible to create change without acknowledging this basic fact of life. Everything has a price, and something must give way to something new. Our ancestors understood it when they took a massive leap of faith and followed God's call to step into the sea. So now I'm not saying, or maybe I'm saying that Rabbi Charlie is our new Moses, and we're taking a big leap of, no pressure. I don't know if Rabbi Josh is here already, so we've got 2 Moses, but they took the enormous leap of faith, and this is something that we as a movement are taking as well, and we can't take it for granted. We have to work towards this. The example is very strong. It is also very compelling, as we are now in the same position. Thank you.
Tiny bit more, just to round us off. So this moment is key that we're here. In fact, I don't even know if we've offered a Shehechianu yet for being here in community this Shabbat. 121 years after our founding as a movement, we are once again, as Renee and I are reflecting upon, at a moment replete with possibilities, with fear, with loss, but with great potential. I like to think of Mel Feld, the feminist poet that wrote in the 1970s, "Emerge before you merge." And here we are, a strong liberal movement with strong values, with strong ethos, ready to join and become more expansive, more broader, and more confident. Maybe Lily, our Charles, our Israel, Montague, Montefiore, and Mattock, our 3 M's, might actually have anticipated this place, this time, to join together into one larger progressive voice, expansive with confidence and ability. We can be so much more together. The ethos of liberal Judaism is critical for us to take with into this new land of collaboration, of progressive Judaism. We, as a movement, I'm looking at Lily's legacy in front of us, we are rich with ideology, with stories, with passion, with values. Please, said one of our Liberal colleagues 2 weeks ago when we met together for the first time since this news, please let us not lose our extraordinary ethos, said one of our Liberal colleagues. Please let us have some of your ethos, pleaded one of our Reform colleagues. Disorganize to reorganize is a well-known expression in community organizing and development. And for us, LJ Matters is an invitation for us to wrestle meaning out of our future plans of expansion. Perhaps we are in the wilderness and it's good, but we have strong leadership with a good compass, if not a detailed map yet. We have provisions, we have enthusiasm, but most importantly, we have each other. Ken yehi ratzon. Amen.
Amen.
And inspired by those words, we come towards our concluding prayers. And I hope you will feel appropriately, we have decided that we will not read the traditional text, but we have a text that Judy Chicago wrote, which is called, dare I use the word, the Merger Poem. But the Aleinu, when we come to it in our service, is always a call to action. It is a call to us to remember where we are in the world and what the state of the world is as we move forward to what it may be. And so may I invite you to rise in body or spirit as we prepare for those sentiments. We remember that still now our world is incomplete. Still now the hunger of many continues night after night. Still now the cruelty of some causes pain to many. Still now, color, race, and religion are tools of division and fear. Still now, politics and greed all too often overrule morality and justice. Still now, we must pray and work for a better future, as we say together. And then all that has divided us will merge, and then compassion will be wedded to power, and then softness will come to a world that is harsh and unkind. And then both men and women will be gentle, and then both women and men will be strong, and then no person will be subject to another's will, and then all will be rich and free and varied. And then the greed of some will give way to the needs of many, and then all will share equally in the earth's abundance, and then all will care for the sick and the weak and the old, and then all will nourish the young, and then all will cherish life's creatures, and then all will live in harmony with each other and the earth, and then everywhere will be called Eden once again. As we prepare to join in reciting the Kaddish together, a reading from Rabbi Naomi Levy. Death cannot sever our connection to those we have lost. The soul is eternal and can never be extinguished. But not only the soul survives the grave. The bonds of love are stronger than death. The lessons that our loved ones taught us, their goodness, their deeds, their wisdom will remain with us always. They have left a permanent imprint upon our souls that can never be erased. They continue to guide us wherever we go. At this biennial weekend, we pause now for a moment to think of those whose lives have ended, but whose influence has enabled us all and each of us individually to reach this time, this place, this day. May their words, their work, their influence inspire us long into the future. We say together, Zichronam livracha, may their memory be a blessing. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei rabbah, ba'alma divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei, b'chaye echon v'yom echon, u'v'chaye dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'vizman kariv v'imru, amen. Yehei shemei rabbah mevarach la'alam la'almei almaya, yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ah v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yithadar v'yithalei v'yithalal shemei dekudusha barichu, le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechemata, da'amiran ba'alma v'imru, amen. Yehei shalama rabba min shamaya, v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'imru, amen. Osei shalom bimromav, huya asei shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'al kol bnei Adam, v'imru, amen. Please be seated. In a moment or so, we will conclude this service, sharing in singing Adon Olam. As the service concludes, we will take a pause to acknowledge one of the elders of the liberal Jewish movement. I won't say more now, but we'll be doing that. And then we will be inviting Rabbi Dr. Andrew Goldstein to come forward to make Kiddush from the front of this congregation for us all to join in. After you've said Amen, I leave it to you whether you want to hold with the principle that one should not speak until one has completed the deed over which one has said a blessing. But there will be wine and grape juice and challah for you to collect on your way out of this sanctuary into the space where coffee and refreshments are also being served. And so from there, you will be going, we will, I think, returning to this space so that at 11 o'clock we can hear from from Joel Hoffman. And so, Adon Olam.
How lovely to end our service in rooted. Adon Olam Hashem Alach B'terem Kol Yetzir Nivra Li'ed Nasa V'chev Sokol Azai Melech Shamo Nigra Ve'acharei Kichlot HaKol Levado Yimloch Nora V'hu Haya V'hu Hove V'hu Yihyeh B'tifara V'hu Echad V'ein Sheni Lahamshilo Lahachbira B'lirei
שם ואעירה ואם רוחי גביעתי אדוני לי ולא אירא.
And so our service this morning has concluded. It has been a pleasure to be with everyone who is joining us, not only in this room, but also those who have joined us from around the country and possibly even wider spaces to share with us this service this morning. There is one family and one individual whom we are especially delighted has joined us this morning. And so I'm going to ask everyone who is here and all of you who are at home to join us in just one moment. We're seeking to identify the key person. We were told they would be, there we are. Today is, I gather, Ruth Shire's 102nd birthday. The applause is wonderful and well merited. I think we can go one step further before we make Kiddush and sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ruth. Happy birthday to you. And so let me invite Rabbi Andrew Goldstein, please, to come and lead us in Kiddush this morning. And after that, we will be heading out. Could I ask, though, everyone who has been involved in this service in a spoken or unspoken role, could we ask you to come to the front of the sanctuary after Kiddush has been made, so that we can have a collective photo taken before you go and help yourself to refreshments. I want us to be quick on that because I want refreshments too. Andrew.
Thank you, Richard. I said to people when I was invited to do this mitzvah, it's the Harry Jacobi mitzvah, Harry Zichrono Livracha, because having organized many conferences, it was always Harry we asked to do the Kiddush on this today, and so I remember him. And just a thought as I was introduced, well, not the oldest person, I mean 102, please God, I get there, but also obviously one of the oldest rabbi now, I think. And all I can say is, I'm filled with confidence. The rabbis who've taken our two services, we're in a wonderful position. What a wonderful bunch of young rabbis we now have. And I think it's to the credit, and it gives me great confidence in the future of liberal Judaism. But anyway, if you want to stand up, it looks a bit silly. You're sitting there. It's like I'm giving a performance because we're all going to sing together. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat, לעשות את השבת לדורותם ברית עולם ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם כי ששת ימים עשר אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ וביום השביעי Shabbat vayinafal. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam borei peri hagafen. Amen. And in true Kadima style, Hamotzi lechem min haaretz, we give thanks to God. Our voices join in grateful chorus
As to you our prayer is said, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, hamotzi lechem min haaretz. Amen. Shabbat shalom.
Yeah. So one announcement just before we start, which is Havdalah, just as Havdalah starts outside, you'll follow the crowds, there is going to be a small demonstration mirroring those demonstrations that are happening in Israel to support our friends and colleagues in Israel during this with Rabbi Dalia Marks and Rabbi Leah Molstein, who is also the head of Artsenu. So come and be with them at the beginning of Havdalah. 6:30. Tom? I made him come in and now he's gone again. I need him to be in the room. Get everybody to sit down. Shabbat Shalom. I know that most kids don't dream about being the chief executive of liberal Judaism. I probably wasn't most kids. But having this role and having the chance to lead liberal Judaism in this moment feels like the most incredible honor. I'm really conscious as we gather together this Shabbat for our first biennial in person, how much that really feels like a privilege. It is, of course, not a task that I take on my own. I'm supported by an amazing staff team who give so much of themselves, their time, their passion, and their love to this work. Also by a really visionary board led by Ruth. And of course, our clergy, who are, as we saw already this weekend, exceptional, and by our faithful leaders, Rebecca and Renee. However, it seems appropriate here in this LJ Matters to Rabbi Danny Rich, whose vision, passion, and hard work for liberal Judaism ensured the legacy we are able to build on today. Kavod harav, really. As we know in Judaism, we always say l'chaim when we toast, not l'chai, which would make more sense, because we toast to lives and not to life. We recognize the multiple layers of life, that we know joy because we've experienced sadness, loneliness because we remember feeling part of something, even hunger because we have been full. Judaism is full of these contrasts, the light and the dark, the profane and the sacred, the Shabbat and the week. These contrasts always held not as two separate things, but as the reflection of the whole. In the same way with time, while we know that time moves forward, we constantly return to cycles of the Jewish year and cycles of the Torah, ending the scroll right on the edge of a promise, only to start it again. I think of Jewish time like a coil. We go round and round, but forwards at the same time. Jonathan Safran Foer, in his book, Everything is Illuminated, puts it beautifully when he writes, touch, taste, sight, smell, hearing, memory. For Jews, memory is no less primary than the prick of a pin or its silver glimmer, or the taste of the blood it pulls from the finger. The Jew is pricked by the pin and remembers other pins. It's only by tracing the pinprick back to other pinpricks, when his mother tried to fix his sleeve while his arm was still in it, when his grandfather's fingers fell asleep while stroking his grandfather's damp forehead, when Abraham tested the knife point to be sure Isaac would feel no pain, that a Jew is able to know why it hurts. When a Jew encounters a pin, they ask, what does it remember like? While Jewish history focuses on dates and facts, Jewish memory is preoccupied with emotions and meaning. If Jewish history utilizes books, Jewish memory turns to ritual. Jewish history resides in schools and teachers, and Jewish memory in our homes, on the lips of our family. The Jewish historian might be objective, while we know that Jewish memory is selective. Jewish memory is how we understand our place in history. And so standing here before you all, I'm caught in all those memories of past biennials, remembering conversations, learning, laughter, debates, remembering those who are no longer here and those upon whose shoulders we stand. And I am looking forward with an inordinate amount of excitement to the wide expanse of possibility that lies ahead, that inevitably means that things will change. Memory for Jews is not a singular responsibility. The imperative is for an entire people. As Yael Zubrel says in her book on collective memory, the experience is a mutual one. We remember in order to keep the past alive, those who went before us and those whose memory we are now responsible for. But in this act of memorial, we establish our own identity as a group. It's what keeps us alive. Memory is pointless unless it helps us to reconnect with what being a Jew in the present means and provides us with the means to create a future tense for the generations that follow. And this is exactly the gift we have in this moment, to ensure that as we build a new progressive movement for the generations that come after us, it has in its foundation stones what really matters to us as liberal Jews. Judaism lives in the present only when it's radically interpreting the past. I love that idea, and I love the word radical. For too long have we let that word inspire images of fundamentalism and violence, but rather radical is to return and to depart all at the same time, to depart from the conventional and return to the roots. And that's the idea at the heart of Jewish memory. When the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed, we kept its essence alive, yes, even progressive Jews, by the synagogue and by prayer. And at the other end of the spectrum, when Israel was established, we dramatically reinvented memories of biblical Israel in order to feel like we had a connection to it. And if this is true of Judaism as a whole, how much more true is this of liberal Judaism? As Israel Mattock, the very first rabbi of the liberal movement, said so eloquently, if Judaism is to exercise an influence in the world, it has to be something more than tradition, which some Jews like to maintain for their satisfaction. It must be a message for the world. It must address itself to the problems that agitate our world. The biennial is the ultimate moment of hindsight. It gives us the privilege and the luxury to stand perched on the moment between the past and ask ourselves, what will we pack in our memory bag to sustain us as we travel forwards, like a coil, round and round and forwards? As we pass from here into the future, this is what the very Jewish space of that wilderness we heard about this morning, between what we've left behind and the place we have not yet reached, the promised land. It's the space of infinite possibility. It's the place where we will listen to each other's voices, where we will dream big and consciously decide what to do with our legacy of memories as we turn them into a future reality. As Yehuda Amichai wrote in his seminal poem, Open, Closed, Open, I believe with perfect faith that at this very moment, millions of human beings are standing at crossroads, at intersections, in jungles and deserts, so showing each other where to turn, which the right way is, which direction. They explain exactly where to go, what's the quickest way to get there, when to stop and ask again. Then over there, the second turn off, not the first, and from their left or right, near the White House by the oak tree. They explain with excited voices, with a wave of the hand and a nod of the head. There, over there, not there, the other there. As in some ancient rite, this too a new religion. I believe with perfect faith that at this very moment, and now another delightful task falls to me as we move into our first keynote speaker. I'm not going to read to you his bio again. To do so, you can read it in your program. Instead, let me tell you what I have learned in the last few days we have spent together. He thinks it would be amusing if every conference reminded you to remember not to steal anything. He has never worn a large tallit until this morning. He likes Staverton, but he's not so keen on Daventry. He would parachute jump, but would never go in a helicopter. He thinks it's a compliment to compare me to Russia. You have to ask him about that. He's looking for a gig that takes him to Antarctica, so anybody knows of anything. He's also exceptionally witty, insightful and knowledgeable, passionate about a vibrant and engaged Judaism, and according to one quote I found, officially has the it factor. I'm sure that during the next hour that you will discover that it definitely didn't lie. Thank you, Joel.
Shabbat Shalom. What a treat to be here. I am so happy to be here after all the planning. I do want to jump right in, but before I do that, I must thank the ground team, and in particular Charlie, for an incredibly gracious and warm welcome. It is actually not all that easy to travel halfway across the world and to find a new place and then to jump right into new surroundings. And this particular team, and again, especially Charlie, has made it so easy and so much fun and so welcoming. So thank you very much for that. As for the other things, the Russia was a compliment. There's a phrase taken out of context that I feel if we could would be an appropriate motto for that introduction, but thank you very much. I am from New York. I hide it well with my accent, I know. If at some point I start speaking too quickly or too Americanly, please don't wait until the end to tell me. There will be time for question and answers at the end, but if something has gone massively wrong, please don't wait. I do remember once I was lecturing, I don't remember where, I spoke for an hour and a quarter, and then at the end, during questions, there was a woman in the back row, and I called on her, and she says, "Your microphone isn't working." Please don't wait till the end for that sort of a thing. I am from New York, as I say. I'm curious, we're in Daventry, is that right? A place I've never heard of. Is anybody from Daventry? Was anybody born here? Or does anyone live here? Or, how many people here were born within, I don't know, let's say 15 miles of here? How about 50 miles of here? How far do we have to do to get to London? How many people were born in the UK? How many people have parents who were born in the UK? Grandparents? At least one grandparent born in the UK? Great-grandparents? 4 generations back? 5? 6 generations. How far are we going to have to go? This is unbelievable. Your family has been in the UK for 300 years. Wow. 300 years. How many people have recent ancestors, let us say, from Poland or Russia? Or Ukraine? I don't know, within the past 5 generations. Yeah. How many from, let's say, Germany? Any of Sephardi background? Just so we're clear on our terms, let me explain. I'll go into more detail in a moment. 2,000 years ago, we were kicked out of Jerusalem. We traveled north, south, and east, not west. There was an ocean in the way. We traveled around the world. We went through Africa. We walked across Africa, walked back into Europe. That was southern Spain. We crossed over the mountains, ended up in Germany. The Jews that got kicked out of Spain are known as the Sephardi Jews. The Jews that got kicked out of Germany are known as the Ashkenazi Jews. It is an odd way to reckon our history. It's like, oh, you're Jewish? Where did they kick you out of? But that's the thumbnail sketch. 2,000 years ago, whether Ashkenazi or Sephardi, whether living in the UK or in the US, I know some people are living in Israel. I imagine some people here live in Europe. Our ancestors come from Poland, from Russia, from the Ukraine, from Germany, from perhaps some of the Arab countries. If you go back 2,000 years, we were all in Jerusalem together. We all trace our history back in some fashion to Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. We were all together 2,000 years ago. And then we spread out all over the world, and only now, finally, are we all coming back together. Our families that were in touch 2,000 years ago spread out. It took 2,000 years for us to be united. My point is, it's good to see you again. We do have a lot to do, so we're going to jump back now 3,000 years to King David. King David was in charge of King David's kingdom, historians being nothing if not clever. 3,000 years ago, King David is on the throne. They're going places. They are building a new society, a new way of doing things. If you think back to 3,000 years, if you think back to the beginning of Judaism, probably what first comes to mind is the invention of monotheism. And that was certainly important. It was not the only thing they invented 3,000 years ago. And I'm not even sure it was the most important thing. They invented monotheism. They also invented the alphabet, something I'm talking about, I believe, tomorrow. They wanted people to be literate, and indeed they were. They invented the weekend, which of course we call Shabbos. It is mind-boggling to me how widely that custom has spread. You know, if you look at the White House, for example, in Washington, the same people go to the same meeting. They wear suits and ties on Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, there's no tie. Because 3,000 years ago, King David said there should be Shabbos. And I know a lot about the White House because I saw a TV show on it once. So it worked. They got this idea. They had the weekend, which is, by the way, why we have a week. You can't have a weekend if you don't have a week. So they also had to invent the week, which was an important thing 3,000 years ago. They gave us the week so we could have the weekend. They gave us monotheism. They gave us the alphabet. But all of these are in furtherance of their most important task, which was human rights. They invented the idea of human rights. They invented the idea that every man, that every woman is created in the image of God. Zachar u'nekeva bara otam, male and female, God created them. Every human being was created in the image of God, whether you are a peasant or a king. And that is why they had to have one God, so that the king could not become the God. The idea was that the peasants and the kings alike worship the one God. There was only one God, and other than God, everybody is exactly the same, the peasant and the king, and that's also why they had Shabbos. It's easy if you are the king to take a day off once a week. It is much harder if you are a peasant. They said the peasants too take a day off. The slaves, as they are sometimes called, not entirely accurately, the slaves, the workers, the people who toil for a living, take one day off a week because life should not just be working from the time you are born until the time you die. It is mind-boggling that they said this 3,000 years ago. Anyone here ever work in a company or try and run a company? Imagine if nobody in the whole company worked one day a week. How would you pull it off? They pulled it off 3,000 years ago because they believed in human rights. They believed that every single human was of value. To the best of my knowledge, that idea has only been promulgated twice in the entire history of humankind, once by the Jews in King David's kingdom 3,000 years ago, and once in the aftermath of the Magna Carta about, I guess, 800 years ago. The Magna Carta and the Jewish experiment 3,000 years ago both set the stage for all human beings having value. And that is why, looking throughout history and across the globe, if you don't know who you are going to be born as, if you don't know if you're going to be a man or a woman, if you don't know if you're going to be rich or poor, if you don't know if you're going to be capable or incapable, if you don't know if you're going to be strong or weak, where do you want to be born? Among the Jews or in the British Empire? Because those are the places. You laugh. I see some people laughing as a polite form of vehement disagreement. And I'm not saying that it's perfect, but if you look around the world at how most societies work, almost everywhere to this day, the wealthy can kill the poor at whim, with no consequence. I'm talking about most of South America. I'm talking about almost all of the East. I'm talking about almost all of Africa. If you're wealthy, you can do whatever you want because the poor have no rights at all. Here in the UK, I am quite sure that if there is a video of the richest person here shooting the poorest person here for no reason, the richest person would be punished. That is mind-boggling if you take into account the history of humankind and societies around the world. That's what they thought of 3,000 years ago in King David's day. They said that when you go to the court, the judges are not allowed to favor the rich or to favor the poor. The judges have to be fair. The rich wrote that. What an incredible thing for the wealthy class to write, that the judges are not allowed to play favorites among the wealthy. They are not allowed to grant the wealthy more rights than to the poor. We read in the Torah that you are not allowed to buy your way out of a murder punishment. If you are sentenced for murder, which was the death penalty back then, or life imprisonment, and life means until the high priest died, which is probably why the high priest had trouble getting life insurance. If you were sentenced for murder, you were not allowed to buy your way out of it. Even the wealthy were punished along with the poorest of the nation. That was 3,000 years ago. And that, in large part, is what has made the Jews successful. Because everybody has a voice, don't we know it? Everyone is listened to. I was listening to a radio show once. I only heard half of it because I was weaving in and out of mountains and couldn't quite get all of it. But somebody said, for all we know, somebody discovered the cure for cancer this morning. Unfortunately, she is a girl in rural India, and no one will listen to her. That doesn't happen among the Jews. And by and large, that doesn't happen in the aftermath of the Magna Carta. People are allowed to speak. People are allowed to say what they want. People, by and large, cannot be punished simply for what they say. People have rights. People have dignity. People have a day off. People have Shabbos. People 3,000 years ago were encouraged to learn how to read and write so they could read about their rights. They were encouraged to start living this better society. We will have time for questions at the end. I promise. Questions, mind you, are things that end with a question mark. We will have time for questions at the end. This is 3,000 years ago, and the idea of monotheism, of the one God that we all worship, all as equals, was the symbol of that. And then to make it work, they found the priestly class, and they built the great temple. Historians call, there were two temples, you may know. This was to the first temple, which historians call the first temple. Historians being nothing if not clever. They built the first temple where they offered sacrifices. There were two kinds of sacrifices. One was the kind that was completely burnt up to go to God. The other was the kind that they cooked nicely. And then, whatever God didn't eat, the priests got to eat. And if you look at it carefully, it consists of a well-balanced meal scheduled throughout the day. The translation sometimes hides it. You will find that they have, for example, fine oil and choice flour with frankincense. That's what I call pancakes and syrup. That is breakfast where I come from. The idea was that the priests should be given sustenance so that they don't have to earn a living, let's say, tilling the earth, so that they can be the guardians of this brave new society that they were building 3,000 years ago, so that the priests could be in charge of ensuring generation after generation that people have human rights, that this system remains in place, that it wouldn't be lost. And they built a great temple, the first temple. They didn't call it the first temple the first time. They just called it the temple at the time. They built this to ensure that the Jewish experiment would last from generation to generation, which also was incredibly bold. The idea of building something not just for yourself and not just for your children, but for generations and generations and generations. And for a long time it worked. It worked for a few hundred years. There was a little bit of skirmishes among the kings that didn't work out so very well. There were prophets roaming around who kept annoying the kings, but the kings couldn't kill them because, oops, human rights. It wasn't a perfect society, but by and large it worked. The temple thrived, Judaism thrived, until in 587, the Jews were kicked out of Jerusalem and the first temple was destroyed. This could easily have been the end of Judaism. The temple was the very symbol of the one God who favored us. We had a contract with God. Ki eshmara Shabbat el yishmareni. Because I keep the Sabbath, God will keep me. If you follow God's ways, God will provide the early rain and the late rain. God will provide for your crops. Not only didn't we have crops, the entire building had been destroyed and we were exiled from our home. This could easily have been the end of the Jewish experiment. The people were distraught. Ech nashir et shir Adonai al admat nechar. How can we sing God's song on foreign soil? Al naharot Bavel, on the waters of Babylon where we were exiled. Sham yashavnu gam bachinu. We sat down and we wept. We had been exiled from our home. Our grand experiment, the symbol of which was the temple and God, seemed to have been destroyed. People wanted to know why God had abandoned them. Even worse, people thought maybe there is no God. Maybe we were wrong. And now along come the prophets, and the prophets save the day. You know their names. I'm talking about Isaiah. I'm talking about Jeremiah. The prophets come along, and they see the exiled people, and they say to them, of course there's a God. How can you say there's no God? For sure there's a God. Who do you think exiled you? Oh. And then they say the reason God exiled you is that you were not kind enough to other nations, to other peoples, to the Hittites, to the Jebusites. And this caught on. People took that to heart. They listened to it. You know some of these lines. My house shall be a house of prayer for all peoples. For that matter, halo chivnei chushiim liatem. You are just like the Ethiopians, the prophets say. Is this the fast that I desire, the prophets say, where you pay no attention to other peoples, where you are not righteous, where you just go through the motions but don't care for other peoples? The prophets said that. We still know their words. Here's what's interesting. They made it up. You can read the entire Torah and not find one word that says we are responsible for other peoples. The closest you will find is that when other peoples are in our midst, they are entitled to the same protections that we have. But there is no obligation during Moses' life, let us say, for us to take care of other people. That's hard to imagine now. It's hard to imagine a Judaism without what we now call tikkun olam. It's hard to imagine a Judaism that doesn't take care of other peoples, that doesn't collect tzedakah, that doesn't collect money and goods for, let us say, what's happening in the Ukraine. It's hard to imagine not taking care of the people around us. but the prophets made it up, and this is going to be the pattern we see 4 times. The prophets, before the first exile, were a fairly marginal people. As I say, they walked around annoying the kings, but they were not the power structure. The power structure was the priests in the temple, and then the kings, and then these prophets were whatever they were prophesying, a word I seldom use outside of this context. They were not of any particular importance. Then we have an exile, and then we have a spiritual revolution. In this case, the previously unknown prophets, or at least the previously unpowerful prophets, gave us a spiritual revolution in the aftermath of an exile. Here they turned our eyes not just inward, but also outward, in a pattern that would last until this very day. The prophets gave us prophetic Judaism. They turned our eyes outward instead of just inward. That is the pattern we're going to see over and over again. We did come back to Jerusalem after the exile. The exile was short-lived. Not everybody. Most people stayed in Babylon. I mean, it's hard enough to move once. Now you got to move twice. Your kids just found a school. You just figured out where the supermarket is. You just learned how to use the Oyster card. You're not going to go back. Maybe 10% came back to Jerusalem. They rebuilt the temple into what historians call this is a good group, you're right. Second temple. The first temple, they rebuilt it into the second temple. Things were going pretty well. They started Judaism again. They started the sacrifices again. They worked their way through the centuries. It was a little bit uneven with the Maccabees. You may remember there was some friction there. They fought off the invader, but then once they were fighting, they fought each other because they were already in the groove. Eventually Rome took over that. There should be an expression, Rome took over. It means not good things are going to happen. The Romans came in, and jumping ahead a few hundred years, we get to the year 70, and the Jerusalem is completely burned to the ground. Trivia question. How did they burn the temple if it was made of stone? Anyone know? Turns out they built fires under it, and the stone had such a high water content that the water inside heated up and the stones exploded. That's how they destroyed the temple. You, by the way, can go to Jerusalem and you can see the stones that have fallen from some of the arches around the second temple where they crashed to the ground and dented the sidewalk. You can go see it. If you haven't seen this yet, tomorrow morning, book your tickets. It's worth going to see. You can see the stones that fell when the Romans destroyed the second temple. The Jews were then exiled. In the year 70, they fled to the north, they fled to the south, they fled to the east. They did not flee to the west, as I said. They didn't have boats. They went north, south, and east. Many of them went to Babylonia. Why Babylonia? They had luntsmen there from the first time they were exiled. They knew people in Babylonia. They fled to Babylonia. And once again, we find the same pattern. A previously marginalized group of people reinvented Judaism in the aftermath of an exile, giving us a spiritual revolution. In this case, I am talking about the rabbis. The rabbis reinvented Judaism, giving us rabbinic Judaism. First thing they got rid of was sacrifice, what I like to call the barbecue theory of pleasing God. You may have heard that we had to get rid of sacrifice because you could only sacrifice in the second temple. The temple had been destroyed. They had no choice. That is not true. First of all, they kept sacrificing after the first temple. So we know that you can be exiled and have your temple destroyed and you can keep sacrificing. Secondly, we know from the Dead Sea Scrolls that you can sacrifice anywhere you want unless you are within a 3 days walk from the great temple. In other words, if you're in town, you have to use the main branch, but otherwise you can sacrifice anywhere you want. Furthermore, if you think about what would have been the smaller change, to say, well, for a little while we could sacrifice here, or, well, we will give up 1,000 years of tradition. Which one do you think would have been the smaller step to take? Just to put 1,000 years of tradition into context, 1,000 years ago was before 1066, if I have my math right. That's how much has changed here in 1,000 years. Imagine giving up the entire 1,000 years of history That's what they did. That's what the rabbis brought about. They gave up sacrifice. They said, no, I think what we'll do is we'll offer God our words. Words, after all, are very similar to, lamb. And somehow we bought into that, Somehow it's like, oh, these words are my sacrifice right now. An outsider looking in might think it's not quite the same thing. And they gave the world rabbinic Judaism. They also decided that instead of the sacrifice, there would be rules. There would be a right way and a wrong way of doing things. Most of the customs that we now associate with Judaism date back to to the second exile, to the rabbis, and the aftermath in the Mishnah and the Talmud and the Midrash. They date back to about, if we're going to judge it roughly, about 1,800 years ago to 16, maybe 1,500 years ago when these things were written down, all in the aftermath of the second exile. These are the customs that we are used to. The idea of lighting Shabbat candles comes from the rabbis. The idea of worship services obviously comes from the rabbis. The idea that there is an order to the prayers comes from the rabbis. The idea that there is a right way and a wrong way to do things comes from the rabbis. For example, how do you put the candles into the Hanukkah menorah? You put them in right to left. How do you light them? You write them left to right. Well, you know what? If someone comes along and says, got to put the candles in like this, got to light the candles like that, that's not widely considered healthy behavior. We actually have medicine for that nowadays. We do not celebrate that. That's not what other religions do. This is in the Talmud. This is what the rabbis gave us as a way of enjoying Judaism. That part is sometimes forgotten. These were supposed to be ways of celebrating Judaism. For example, the sukkah. On Sukkot. The sukkah, like everything else, has laws about it. The sukkah, this is in the Talmud, the sukkah can have 4 walls, like the letter samech, if you write it with square letters. It can have 3 walls, like the kaf. It can have 2.5 walls, like a hay. It can only have up to 1 permanent wall as part of the sukkah. So you cannot, for example, build it in an alley with 2 permanent walls. You can only have up to 1 permanent wall. And in that context, the rabbis of the Talmud ask, well, can you use an elephant for the wall of a sukkah? This is in the Talmud. And the answer is, well, no, because it's big and it might run away. And then they ask, can you use a dead elephant for the wall of the sukkah? And the answer is, well, yeah, sure, a dead elephant. And now we're in a Monty Python sketch. And this is in the Talmud. This is what the rabbis gave us. The rabbis gave us a way of enjoying Judaism, a way of celebrating Judaism. Over and over and over again, they gave us these rules. Another example I'll give you is they're talking about a scoundrel who hits somebody, if I remember correctly, in the ear, the fine for which is a half shekel. And the guy wants to give his victim he has to give his victim a half shekel, but all he has is a battered shekel coin. And because it's battered, he's unable to get change for his 1 shekel coin. So he hits the guy again and gives him the whole shekel. Now, look. The rabbis knew about felony animal cruelty. They knew about assault. They knew that you are not allowed to abuse animals. And furthermore, do you know what they didn't have in Babylonia? Elephants! What are they worried about an elephant all of a sudden for? Now, they were certainly making a point. They were talking about what counts as permanent. And by the way, the follow-up line is, can you use, let's say, a smaller animal that would not run away, like, let's say, a donkey? And the answer is, well, yes, but the problem with the donkey is it might sit down. So if you use the donkey, what you have to do is you have to suspend it from a pulley system to make sure that it doesn't, sit down. Now, as I say, this was a way of enjoying Judaism. They were making important points along the way, but they knew that you're not supposed to hit somebody twice if you don't have change. That's not the moral behavior we are looking for. We find that the rabbis reinvented Judaism, giving us rabbinic Judaism. Many people make the mistake of thinking that this particularly narrow strand, the second revolution out of the 4 that we're going to see, they think this narrow strand of Judaism has been around for 5,000 years. There is no historical truth to that at all. It was an innovation 2,000 years ago. Our second innovation, the previously marginalized rabbis in the aftermath of an exile gave us rabbinic Judaism. And we see something else. There are, in fact, 2 Talmuds. One of them is from Babylonia, so historians call it the Babylonian Talmud. The other is from Jerusalem, the Jerusalem Talmud. But the Talmud is the Babylonian Talmud. What we see is that the focus of Judaism, the focus of Jewish leadership, has shifted from Jerusalem to the diaspora. Babylonia is now the center of Judaism. When people cite the Talmud, they are citing what people said in Babylonia. If you want to cite the Jerusalem Talmud, you have to specify, the Jerusalem Talmud. And this is going to come as a shock. Sometimes the 2 power centers bickered. I know it's hard to imagine disagreement and fighting within the Jews and in terms of Jewish leadership, but it happened 2,000 years ago. They were particularly concerned with who would be in charge of the year, and they spent a lot of time worrying about who would get to decide when the various dates are. But we certainly see the same pattern. We see the pattern of a previously marginalized group of people reinventing Judaism in the aftermath of an exile, giving us a spiritual revolution. So just as the prophets after the first exile turned our eyes outward, giving us prophetic Judaism, so too the rabbis after the second exile gave us rabbinic Judaism and the rules that we carry with us to this day. To this day, if you want to know whether something is kosher or not, whether something is permitted or not, we ask, is it halachic? Does halacha allow it? And the way you figure that out is by looking at the Talmud, because the rabbis are the ones who gave that to us. As I said, they spread around the world, north, south, and east. They ended up in Africa. They walked across the top of Africa. They walked back into Spain. Took them a long time, a few hundred years, because it's a long walk. And they now find themselves in southern Spain. How many people here have been to southern Spain? Wow. Oh, it's much closer, right. Did you have a good time? Southern Spain is amazing. The Jews got to southern Spain, and they loved it there. And once again, historians, being nothing if not clever, call this great time in Spain the golden age of Spain. This is where we hung out. And if you want a model for what life was like for the Jews in Spain, you can think of the UK today. Jews were lawyers and doctors. I know that's shocking. Jews were lawyers and doctors. They rose to high levels of government. They were well respected. They frequently took, in addition to their Jewish names, they had secular names, sometimes just secular names. They were well integrated. They spoke the local language. If you want a model for what life was like, think of our lives today. That is by and large what it is like. It was a wonderful, wonderful time to be Jewish until it wasn't. Once again, we find the same pattern. In 1492, yes, I know Columbus sailed the ocean blue because things that rhyme are more likely to be true. In addition, the Jews were kicked out of Spain. 1492, we were kicked out, and this is our third exile. And this time the exile is a little bit in reverse, but psychologically it's the same. We were kicked out of our homeland. Our homeland at that point for the Jews living in Spain was, of course, Spain. They were kicked out, and one of the places they ended up was a little backwater, nothing of a hill, called in Hebrew Tzfat. I actually don't know how to say it in English because Americans and Brits don't like words that start but it might be Safat, and it might be Safed. It's spelled Safed, which also looks like it's spelled Safed. But I'm going to call it Tzfat. It's a little backwater, nothing of a hill. If you've been to Israel, you may have been there, because now it holds great importance. We find the same pattern. We find a previously marginalized group of people reinventing Judaism in the aftermath of an exile. In this case, I'm talking about the Kabbalists. I'm talking about Kabbalah, about authentic Jewish spirituality. Nowadays, unfortunately, Kabbalah is most known because of, what's her name, who has the red bracelet? Madonna, yes. I'm not a huge knower of things about popular culture. Madonna, thank you. Madonna, and I don't think she's the best spokesperson for Kabbalah, though I will say that at the Hebrew Union College, we haven't entirely given up on the Madonna chair of Kabbalah. But that notwithstanding, Kabbalah was a new way of looking at the world. Now, what happened is this. Back in Spain, the idea was promulgated of a translation and dissemination of an ancient manuscript. We're now talking about 1,000 years after the Mishnah had been written, and someone said that he found an ancient manuscript from 1,000 years ago, and he was copying it over and sending it out to all of his colleagues until he died. And then his colleagues came to find him, and he, of course, was dead, and they spoke to his wife, and they said, "Ma'am, where are all those manuscripts that your husband has been copying over?" And she goes, "Manuscripts? He was making it up." This is the Zohar. The Zohar was not, as we like to say, a translation and dissemination of, at the time, a 1,000-year-old document that would now go back 2,000 years ago. It was something that somebody made up in Spain, which meant that it was not widely accepted, except among very specific circles. We now find the Jews go to Tzfat, the third exile, and these Kabbalists take with them the idea of the Zohar. They take with them the idea of Kabbalah. They get the idea that Shabbos should be a wedding, and God marries God's self. That's the kind of sentence that comes out of your mouth when you talk about Kabbalah. God marries God's self every Friday night, and that is what we are going to reenact as part of our service. Does anybody here have the tradition, or did you have the tradition, maybe at summer camp, of wearing white for Shabbat? Yes. Why do we do that? Because it's a wedding. Why is it a wedding? Because the Kabbalists said so. They made that up. They decided that God had a male part and a female part, and they're separate during the week, and they come together. And depending upon your point of view, that is either incredibly spiritual or the stupidest thing you've ever heard in your life. And the thing about Kabbalah is I suspect that it's both. But here's what's incredible. It caught on. Some guy, having been kicked out of Spain, living in Tzfat, now decides to write a poem about God marrying God's self. It's called Lecha Dodi. You may have heard of it before. Next thing you know, Jews all over the world are getting together Friday night and celebrating this new ritual of Kabbalat Shabbat. Lecha Dodi is just a poem some guy wrote in exile in Tzfat, but Jews all over the world know it because the aftermath of the third exile, a previously marginalized group of people, the Kabbalists, once again reinvented Judaism, giving us a spiritual revolution, giving us Kabbalah, giving us Kabbalat Shabbat. By the way, the words Kabbalah and Kabbalat Shabbat are similar. They're not actually directly related to each other. One is spirituality, one is welcoming Shabbat. The idea that the Friday night service should be dramatically different than the other nights comes from Tzfat, comes from the aftermath of the third exile. So if we have the first exile of the prophets after the destruction of the first temple, turning our eyes outward, we have the rabbis after the destruction of the second temple, giving us rabbinic Judaism, and we have the Kabbalists, the Jewish mystics, giving us Jewish spirituality, Jewish mysticism after the third exile. And that brings us to the fourth exile. The fourth exile is much more painful to talk about because it is so recent and so immediate. And that is the Holocaust, that is the Shoah. The center of Judaism in many regards last century was Eastern Europe. It's where the bulk of the Jews lived. It's where most of the Jewish scholarship was taking place. You may know that most of the people who founded Israel moved to Odessa to be part of the thriving Jewish scene. Many of our ancestors come from there. All of us would have bigger families were it not for the Shoah. It is much harder to speak with the same kind of distance and levity about the fourth exile as it is the first three. Nonetheless, we find exactly the same pattern. We find a previously marginalized group of people in the aftermath of the Holocaust, reinventing Judaism, giving us a Jewish renewal. This previously marginalized group of people are the progressive and the Orthodox, the Reform, the Conservative, the Masorti. These labels, these movements, these denominations all come from Germany, and they were a little backwater experiment in Germany. It was important in Germany, of course, and when they spread out around the world, if you founded, let us say, a progressive synagogue in London or a progressive synagogue in New York or an Orthodox synagogue in either of those places, certainly the movements were very important to those synagogues, but Judaism was happening in Eastern Europe. They didn't care a lot what was happening in Germany. In Eastern Europe, they did not call themselves progressive. They did not call themselves liberal. They did not call themselves Reform. They did not call themselves Masorti. They did not call themselves Orthodox. They called themselves Jews. And that's what they did in Eastern Europe. And they didn't care much for this new system going on in Germany until the Holocaust. And then in the aftermath of the Holocaust, these movements suddenly become mainstream Judaism. That is what Judaism is. Judaism now is the movements. Whether you are part of Masorti or liberal or Reform or conservative or Orthodox or neo-Orthodox or ultra-Orthodox or Haredi, that all comes from Germany in the aftermath of the slaughter in Eastern Europe. And that is what is going on in Judaism now. That's what we have. And we're still in the middle of it. We're still working out the way it's going to work. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to look back on, what we're going to take, how it's going to work. Furthermore, because there are different groups involved, we make decisions sometimes based on what we believe, but dare I say, sometimes against what they believe. I'll give you an example. Temple Emmanuel of the city of New York. How many people have been there? It's a magnificent edifice. It is the symbol of what we would call classical reform, of classical progressive Judaism in the States. For a long time in Temple Emmanuel, you could wear anything you want to services except one of those yarmulke things. And for sure not the tzitzis. That's, you gotta draw the... You could come in wearing a kilt if you wanted to, as long as you didn't have a kippah on your head. And the reason for that was that it looked too Orthodox. Similarly, in some Orthodox movements, they follow halacha as carefully as possible, except when it looks too progressive. For example, there is Jewish law about a little bit doesn't count. That's not the technical name, it's called batel b'shishim. The idea is, and this is the example, let's say you are home cooking, and let's say you are making chicken soup, and let's say you have the chicken soup on the stove, and while the chicken soup is cooking, you go to the fridge and you get yourself a glass of milk. And you open the fridge and you get the milk, and then you realize the soup is about to boil over, and you put the soup down so quickly that you didn't check whether a drop of milk may perhaps have splashed out of the cup and landed in your chicken soup. The question is the chicken soup still kosher, or does the milk and meat mixture render it unkosher? The halachic answer, the answer from halacha, from the Talmud, is batel b'shishim, 1/60th, which means a little bit, doesn't count. The idea is clean up the milk, have your chicken soup, move on with your life. There are a lot of communities that, like Temple Emmanuel of the city of New York, say, well, we follow all of the halacha except for that one, because that one looks too progressive. The problem is there's a misnomer out there that we've had this consistent stream of Judaism for so many years, and then liberal took a turn somewhere and veered off. That is not what happened. What happened is we had all of these ideas coming together, and now in modernity, we have different branches, all of them branching off from the main theme, as we have done before in our history. I'll give you another example. Are you allowed to use electricity on Shabbos? Can you turn on a light on Shabbos? It will not surprise you to learn there are two answers, yes and no. The way you figure this out is you look at the Talmud. Now, the Talmud specifically says that you are not allowed to heat metal to the point that it glows on Shabbos. That is considered a violation of Shabbos. So you cannot use an incandescent light bulb on Shabbos if you are keeping halacha in that particular way. But what about an LED light bulb? Well, yes, there's no halachic reason not to use an LED light bulb on Shabbos. Now, there is practicality reasons not to have people walking into shul and setting up ladders to check out the variety of lighting before they start shachari. That's certainly a practical decision. But there is, in fact, no halachic reason not to use electricity. What about a mobile phone? Is using a mobile phone a violation of Shabbos? The answer is no. According to the Halachic Institute of Jerusalem, it is a custom, it is a minhag not to use your mobile phone. It is not a matter of halacha. There are different people making different decisions. Now, the obvious way you would find out if you can use your mobile phone is you would check the Talmud. I have not read every word of the Talmud, but I know mobile phones are not addressed. Both answers, yes you can, no you can't, are modern interpretations. And we find this over and over and over again. Is turkey kosher? It shouldn't be. Turkey should not be kosher. Turkey, it tastes like chicken. But that's not how kosher works. You're not allowed to make pork and make it taste like chicken. Oh, it tastes like chicken. The way you would figure out, because the thing about birds is, birds have to be listed in the Torah. Birds are not categorized with like a cloven hoof and chewing their cud. And turkey should not be kosher. But what happened is people in the New World, including Jews, started eating turkey. And they'd done it for so long that a different halach, a different Jewish principle from the rabbis took over. And that Jewish principle was whatever an established Jewish community has been doing for a long time is automatically deemed authentic and okay. So simply by virtue of the fact that Jews for a long time have been eating turkey, it is considered kosher in every single circle. We have about 10 minutes left. I do want to stop and give time for questions, and then we're going to have a wrap-up. Questions about things that I've said, questions about things that I've addressed, questions about things that may not have been clear. And just once again, because we are a large group, reminding you that questions end with a question mark. They also tend not to be written in multiple paragraphs. Question, please. Why did I not mention the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights? It's very new in the overall scheme of things, and it seems to have been mimicking the British mentality based on the Magna Carta. It seems to have just been duplicating that one. It's a great question. Other questions? Yes. Sorry? Why would turkey not be kosher? It's a longer answer than we have time for in full, but the bottom line is that unlike mammals, birds don't have criteria that make them kosher. And so there's a question of what was listed in the Bible and what was not listed in the Bible and what gets to be kosher. And because turkey was not addressed, the assumption would be that it's not kosher. It would be kosher if they interbred with chickens or if their eggs were indistinguishable from chickens. I'm from New York. I've never seen any of these things. But neither of those is true, so it's only kosher by virtue of it having been eaten for a long time. Please. Why do I think that change only follows trauma? I don't think that it only follows trauma. I think that upheaval gives an opportunity for new voices to arise. I think that there is something about an establishment that squashes new ideas, and so it takes a disruption of the establishment to let the new ideas percolate. Other questions? Over here. Okay. Do I think that the not a merger is going to, is going to sanction the use of meat for food? I'm a vegetarian, so I may not be the best person to ask. But more generally, I don't know. My experience has been that people who predict the future are usually wrong. So it's a yes or no question, so I guess I've got a 50%. It's a yes. I really don't know. Other question? Yes, please. How do I reconcile the idea of the patriarchy with the Jewish notion that it doesn't matter whether you were born a man or a woman? The patriarchy got it wrong. It's very simple. The Bible got it right. The Bible is actually very clear that men and women are equal. I don't have time to talk about it now, but Song of Songs, believe it or not, is almost entirely about the equality of men and women in a relationship. This is something that I wrote up for the Huffington Post once, and that's when Hoffman went too far for the Southern Baptists in the U.S., and they spent a whole Sunday preaching against me. Which, by the way, I told my acquisitions editor at St. Martin's Press, and he said, cha-ching, because they'd never heard of me until they were preaching against me. But the actual answer is that there was a period in Judaism when we forgot one of the most important messages of the Torah, which is that everybody is created equal. It's one of the things that the Talmud got really, really wrong, which is troublesome. And it does raise the question why you would listen to the Talmud about anything if it got 50.5% of the population so wrong. But if you look at the Bible, I do not believe it is true that the Bible was written by the patriarchy for the patriarchy. I believe just the opposite. I believe that they were working very hard as best as they could in a context where physical prowess and childbearing ability were of paramount importance. They were working as hard as they possibly could to make sure that people were as equal as possible. We see it in Genesis, we see it elsewhere, we see it in particular in Song of Songs, which let us not forget the rabbis included with its message of equality. I can talk more about why Song of Songs is a message of equality when we have time to talk about translation. It's a great question. Thank you. Other questions? How does the Hasidic Haredi Bratslav sort of movement fit into my overview of history? I'll be honest, in the hour that we had, I left some things out of the 3,000 years. And that is one of them. Certainly it's an influential movement. I don't think it's as influential as the four that I talked about. Certainly it can't be ignored in a more detailed look at history. And again, in those communities, it's obviously very, very relevant. In a sense, it was also a reform movement with a lowercase r. It was a movement of change. It was a movement of trying to revitalize things. But it did not end up influencing all of Judaism. It ended up influencing its area of Judaism. We have time for maybe one or two more questions. Yes, please. Why do I idolize the Magna Carta? Anyone over here want to take that? Why do I idolize the Magna Carta even though it was only a transfer of power from the very top to the second rung and not all the way down? I think it was the start. I don't think that things happened right away. I think it set the stage. I think what's really important is not the Magna Carta itself, or at least not only the Magna Carta, but the aftermath of the Magna Carta. I think that what it led to was a notion, we sort of take it for granted, at least I do. I take it for granted that if I want to, I can go to downtown London and as loudly as I want, I can scream that I don't like the monarchy, and I can scream that Is there a law against, I love it. Wait, there's a law against, what if you're American? Okay, good tip. I'm very surprised about that. But everything else, I can scream that I don't like the prime minister. I can say that you look at I believe you could say that you think that there should be a revolution. You can't cause the revolution, but you could write a book about what would happen. We have way, way, way more freedom to do what we want in this country, in the U.S., in Canada, in New Zealand, than people have, I think, for example, in Africa. I'm very surprised about the law about the monarchy, though it's certainly a good safety tip. It's very good to know. But in general, I think that if we're comparing ourselves to England as it is now and what many of us think it should be, we're going to be disappointed. If we compare it, for example, to Sudan, I think we will realize how incredible this society is. And that's why I wouldn't say idolize, but I respect the spirit of the Magna Carta of taking power away. Maybe one or two, yeah. I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sorry. Okay, the objection is to my mocking Sudan, and I respect that. My point is that, by and large, the freedoms that we enjoy here, and I've seen a lot of these places. You know, I was in China for a day. Trust me when I tell you I would not say anything negative about China at all when I was in China. And they were following me and watching me and recording me the day that I was there. Yes? I love that. The question of the prophets, I was talking about the fact that they made up that we should be nice to other peoples. Did they make up other things as well? I've never thought about it. One would have to assume yes. But that's what Judaism is. Judaism is moving forward. Judaism is not stagnant. Judaism, someone said to me, like the law, Judaism should be stable, but not stagnant. And I think the prophets understood that. But that's their biggest contribution, as I can tell. Do we have one more question before we wrap up, please?
Your pattern is that a previously marginalized group, in the wake of a catastrophe, remakes Judaism. For the current period, wouldn't the more obvious example, instead of Orthodox Reform and so forth movements, be the Zionists remake Judaism by the creation of Israel, for better or for worse? That is the real remaking of Judaism in the wake of the Holocaust.
It's an excellent question and a good one to end on before we wrap up, which is, if I believe that a marginalized group of people are the ones who recreate Judaism, wouldn't it make sense to think that the Zionists and their creation of Israel would be the ones reinventing Judaism? Maybe. Once again, this is a question of, what's going to happen in the future. Will it be the liberals? Will it be the Zionists? Will it be, I don't know what, who are recreating Judaism? As I say, most people who predict the future are wrong, but I will venture a guess, which is that it will be a cooperation. I believe it will be a cooperation, and I believe, just like after the Rabbinic Act, after the exile and the rabbis, I believe that it will be the diaspora leading the way in conjunction with the land of Israel. I could be completely wrong, obviously. We only have a few more minutes, and so I want to wrap up and summarize. I'm very happy to continue the conversation afterwards. We started with the idea that 3,000 years ago, King David and King David's kingdom established a new way of living based on human rights and human dignity. And then we saw 4 exiles and 4 spiritual revolutions during which a previously marginalized group of people paved the way for a beautiful and thriving Judaism. We saw that the prophets, after the first exile, after the destruction of the temple, turned our eyes outward and gave us tikkun olam, gave us a responsibility for other peoples. We saw that after the second exile, after the destruction of the second temple, the rabbis gave us rabbinic Judaism, throwing out 1,000 years of sacrifice and giving us instead worship and rules and other ways of enjoying Judaism. We saw from Spain, the Jews were exiled from Spain and they gave us authentic Jewish spirituality and Kabbalah. We are now living in the 4th exile. When you go to your congregations, when you go to your synagogues, when you sit on a committee, when you have conversations with the clergy, when you talk to other people, when you battle over whether we should be eating meat, on what counts as kosher, on whether we should be parading the Torah around with a hakafah, when you have these conversations, when you write music, when you perform the music, you are the prophets. You are doing exactly what they did. You are the rabbis in Babylonia. You are creating a Talmud not just for yourselves and not just for your children and grandchildren, but for the next hundreds of years and the next thousands of years. You are giving the world the new spirituality. This is an unparalleled opportunity in modern times to recreate Judaism and to build, not just for the hundreds of years to come, but for the thousands of years to come. I am quite sure that 2,000 or 3,000 years from now, Somebody will be giving a lecture about the history of Judaism. For all I know, they will be standing on Mars when they do it. And they will be talking about what an incredibly exciting time it was to be Jewish in the diaspora in 2023. Wouldn't it be a terrible shame if they knew it then and we didn't appreciate it now? Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you so much, Joel. And there is going to be lots of opportunity to hear from Joel again over the weekend. We are now going to go straight to our first workshop sessions. There is lots and lots of choice. It's in your booklet. So go, and after that, it's lunch. Now we've got great session here.
Did you say it's lunchtime?
No, I said it's the first workshops and then it's lunch. Will be in the room? They should be, absolutely. I'll check for you.
Oh, Dalia, if you want to do for your session. But this one I need back because Odette gave it to us. It says in the front.
Don't know what that means. Becca's just texted me and with Jeff.
of the handout, that would be useful because I've run out of copies of the handout. We had no sense of how many people would be coming, so if you need to share a copy of the handout, then please do. And we're going to try to make sure that all the text, Judith comes prepared, and we're going to try to make sure that we can see everything that we need to see. Okay, I'm going to hold on to it maybe. Whoa, there we go. It's okay. You take the microphone and I'll hold the thing.
So, welcome everybody, and welcome to my assistant, Rabbi Leah. Leah, we're just going to start off with where, why, what, and who, I guess. So, just very quickly, you probably know both of us, but I should introduce you first because that's polite, isn't it?
Are we doing it this way?
This is my great friend and colleague, Rabbi Leah Milstein. Oh, sorry.
You have to just hold it straight into your face.
Oh my goodness, is that better? I'm not sure if I feel comfortable with this. Anyway, great friend, colleague. We often conspire together to come up with sessions for biennial or anywhere else where liberal Judaism will put up with us. And of course, I should introduce myself, and I'm Rabbi Judith Rosenberry. Now, Leah, do you want to say something about where this project kind of started, or?
So the where is the Isle of Skye. The Isle of Skye, I had the privilege of coming for, I think, 3 days to the Isle of Skye. We basically spent 3 days in a shed. We got up at 7 in the morning. It's a very beautiful shed. We got up at 7 in the morning and started talking to each other, just interrupted by Helena looking after, Judith's partner, looking after us to make sure we don't starve to death. And we started to talk about God and how do we move on from here.
Right. Yes, we did talk about that. But I think what we're trying to do actually is to try and reframe some kind of conversation for liberal Judaism, which feels particularly pertinent given the news that we've just received over the last few weeks. So the discussion today, which I hope you will enjoy and pitch in with, is really to do with, well, actually, it answers the question, why are we talking about the subject? How do we move on from God? Because I'm thinking of, in amongst the change, world change, and the change of us perhaps becoming a non-merged but merged movement, what is it about LJ that makes us distinctive? And if we can articulate what it is that makes us distinctive, then we have something to take forward with our kind of merger with MRJ or our new project with MRJ. So I think it is particularly important. It's very interesting to me that if you ask people what they think is distinctive about LJ, it's actually quite hard to articulate. We kind of know, in our gut what it is, but to actually speak it is quite hard. So I think that part of the project that Leah and I started a couple of years ago on the Isle of Skye is all to do with what is it that is distinctive about LJ, and how do we move that distinction forward into the future? Leah, do you want to say anything else at this point?
Do we want to talk about our contradiction, or are we not at the contradiction yet?
Well, I guess this is the thing. I was going to say, do you want me to just say something very quickly about the I think that one of the things that actually makes LJ distinctive is this notion that we are a kind of living contradiction. We are a relationship, in a sense, between modern liberal philosophy and politics and a pre-modern Judaic prophetic movement. And how these two things have come together, I think, is not only unique, But as I keep repeating, I kept saying to somebody today, if I hear the word expansive again, I'm going to kind of blow up. But I'm going to keep saying the word distinctive, which is going to be very, very annoying. But it is, I think it's this unique kind of coming together of something modern with something pre-modern that suggests something very unusual about our particular form of Judaism. Now, as I said, I think we're at an important juncture, and change isn't guaranteed to be positive. And in a sense, I think it's very important to have this discussion not only for LJ and members of LJ, but also because of, I think I'm not sure how you feel about this, but in a sense, both liberalism and Judaism are being ghosted in our world today. They're being kind of gradually disappeared. So in some sense, I think it's very important not only for us to be able to articulate what's distinctive about us, for us, but it also helps with a bigger conversation in society at the moment. So there's something about me that wants to say that this conversation is to do with the defense of liberalism. And I think that we have, as liberal Jews, something very kind of important to say about that. Perhaps something bold as well. And I'm going to say something a bit kind of odd, I think. There's been a lot of change in progressive Judaism and a lot of kind of co-opting and bringing back practices that you or one might perhaps describe as elements of pre-modern Judaism, but they've been recalibrated for a kind of, for a modern liberal Jewish audience. And although I appreciate those changes, I mean, we're talking about Kabbalah and maybe influences of, I don't know, sort of Chabadnik kind of spiritualities into liberal Judaism. Well, I find it kind of interesting that we never talk about the revival of something let's describe as the Wissenschaft. For some reason, the enlightened modern thinking of the Jews, primarily from Germany at that time, is a kind of no-go area. But I think Wissenschaft is something that we could, as we have in other parts of LJ, reinvigorated aspects of Judaism. We can reinvigorate the Wissenschaft. We can look at Wissenschaft again. We can look at what it means to be a thinking intellectual movement. And I would actually say that that is of profound importance as we move into something perhaps a little unknown. So I think that's really, in a sense, for the moment anyway, why I think that this thinking is important. Now, I just want to ask Leah if she'll just do a little bit of sharing around this notion of contradiction between modern liberalism and the pre-modern prophetic Judaism. Because contradiction, we're going to explore in a minute, in a little bit more depth, but I think this is quite a nice introduction.
So I think if you look at your handout, I think we're going to look at the text, which is, we're already on section 3, the Greeks and the rabbis, right? So if we go back all the way to the Greeks, one of Aristotle's indemonstrable and thus fundamental principles on which perhaps all arguing and maybe any coherent vision of reality rests is the law of non-contradiction, right? That we shouldn't, if you think rationally, you can't really tolerate contradiction. You cannot tolerate contradiction, but one of the things that when Judith and I are, and as you can see, we're trying to model this in the session a little bit, we're very much in dialogue, is that we find ourselves oftentimes stuck in this contradiction. And I think liberal Judaism in particular and our theology of ethical monotheism feels that contradiction a lot, right? Our liberal values, and I think it might be worth thinking about this as we think about where we are going to go in the future. What liberal Judaism, by choosing to be liberal, is explicitly saying is that we are not just self-referencing, right? Reform, progressive, reconstructionist, in a sense, are all self-referencing. They are like looking at ourselves, looking at our own development. I think what makes liberal Judaism in many ways unique is that we have said right from the start, actually there are values out there that are not Jewish values, that are explicitly actually not Jewish values. And I think we can try to gloss the contradiction, as we just heard from the speaker this morning, or we can lean into the contradiction. And I think actually what liberal Judaism has always done is lean into that contradiction, and rather than feel diminished by that contradiction, feel enriched by that contradiction. And I think actually that's where our theology led us to actually be the leading force in so many of societal questions, right? Because we were not shy of facing that contradiction and leaning into that contradiction. Same-sex marriage for us, for example, right? There is a contradiction in those values if you read the Torah text or read the rabbis. Now, we can gloss over that and say, you know, they didn't really mean that, which I think is historically untrue. Doesn't mean we can't say it, right? Religion has the privilege of being able to state things as fact that are historically not true. So, you know, it's not reserved just for ancient religion. We can claim that too, but I think one of the things that is so powerful about us is this idea that we can lean into the contradiction. And in many ways, I think we find some of these examples already in the Talmud of rabbis not just saying we have to eradicate all contradiction. And I think this is the point where we are going to encourage people to turn to each other, right, and look at the rabbinic texts. So if you look at page 3 of your handout, you will find 3 short passages from the Talmud. And what we want to invite you to do is, the easiest will probably be to just do it with either the person next to you or 2 people sitting next to you. We've given you a few guiding questions that run sort of onto page 4, to just explore these texts and think about it, contradiction or consistency as the big theme, and explore together how you feel about these texts and also how you feel personally about the questions that these texts raise. So I think we're going to give you about 5 to 7 minutes to turn to each other. Maybe one in the pair can read the text, and then you can explore the questions together. We're going to give you 1 more minute so that you can sort of wrap up your thoughts a little bit. Thank you. So we wanted to hear a little bit from you. So it doesn't have to be every group feeding back, and it doesn't have to be an answer to every question, or even an answer to the question. But unlike in some cases, we are not looking for you to pose a question. We're actually looking for you to give a contribution and help us to move on from here, because we can only do so together. So anyone who has a thought they wish to share, either their own or wonderful. I'll sort of go around and then come to people.
So just looking at it first, at the first question, the thing what came straight to my head was, I hate contradiction.
Okay, really good, so interesting. The first thing that came to her mind looking at the first question was, I hate contradiction.
I think that the conversations about the biblical texts that are mentioned here display a tremendous amount of consistency in their embrace of contradiction. So I think that we're seeing that both of these things have stood for a very long time.
Thank you.
So some contradictions can, in Torah and Bible, can be like food for thought, places where we can discuss, so that can be very positive. Sometimes I think the things that we might be calling contradictions, we were thinking might just have been differences and are not a problem because they are swept up in a plurality which we embrace. Other things probably are a problem and need internal consistency.
The Jewish primary texts are not consistent, full stop, starting with Genesis 1 and 2. Even if you take them as metaphors, they are inconsistent. We can either reject the whole story or say that inconsistencies mean that we have to think, we have to consider, and sometimes we have to accept that reality, material or spiritual, is complicated and difficult. Thinking about contradictions is not easy.
So some of that I was going to say myself because we just discussed it, but to take it one step further, contradiction can enable, can be creative. It can force you to consider the metaphorical meaning of the text or of the discussion, and see whether you see what you're really thinking about, and it will force you to, I think, use the word delve, to delve into the greater depth of meaning.
So we love these texts and we love what you're doing right now. But the second text, we struggled a bit with because the contradictions are still there. There was no attempt to lean in or to wrestle with the contradictions, but they were made authentic because of Torah. And we worry a bit about whether authenticity closes down, that authenticity debate, that it's holy or sacred or Jewish, therefore we'll cope with all the contradictions.
Or another word might be truth. Is there just one truth, or are there various truths?
Very good.
Thank you. I think it seemed to us that the existence of contradiction is one of the things that makes us think, and that in and of itself is tremendously valuable. I also think there's a great tendency for us to place our own mental faculties as the highest possible authority. And what I love about some contradictions is it could just be possible that it makes sense at some level that I don't understand, and that's okay as well. So the idea of this kind of humility induction mechanism seems to me to be potentially quite valuable in this day and age.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I think we had an interesting discussion, probably more practically than it sounds like some of the others did, about sort of the real, we have contradictions, and is it okay to deal with those but not resolve them? And actually it's fine to exist knowing that sort of maybe like religion is itself is a contradiction with the modern world, and that's not a problem to resolve, it's just a thing that we were saying from a philosophical perspective and a theological one, I want to be able to live in a world where I can be religious and modern, and that's something that we need to work out a sort of logical structure to be within that makes sense to us, but it doesn't need to be a resolved issue as such.
Can I just add to that just a little bit? Yeah, it's the word resolved. I mean, it's the difference between these three texts is that Hanina ben Hezekiah, uses his 300 bottles of oil to buy himself to resolve all the contradictions, which, maybe isn't the best use of oil. And as opposed to the others who, are more than happy to say the contradiction exists. I mean, what I think we were talking about is if we want to value our Jewish tradition and we want to be honest about it, we have to first acknowledge that there are contradictions there. We can't pretend they don't exist. We can't, gloss them. But then we have to find a way to work through them, which might be different than resolving them.
And yeah, I got hung up on the 300 bottles of oil as well, I think, because I was very much like, because my first assumption was it was like food and just going to go and sit with this for as long as possible, but you can't just eat oil, so maybe it's maybe it means like alcohol or something, like it's just kind of having some way of sort of, light, that makes a lot more sense. But I think the idea of the sort of Aristotelian idea of like kind of contradictions need to be sort of rejected as opposed to Rav, I can't remember his name, Yehuda, like sitting with contradictions and actually trying to work them through. And I think a lot of it is less, it's that assumption of not having perfect knowledge, right? Of not knowing what everything, of saying, okay, what am I missing here? Rather than saying, this is wrong and I need to fix it, I guess.
Just one bit which hadn't been said is it's sometimes generational. We talked about as well that there's a time for, like Ecclesiastic, there's a time for contradiction, there's a time for consistency, and sometimes you can just be exhausted by the constant thought, and you just want some stability. And of course, if you've got a congregation, not everybody's in the same place at the same time. An interesting thought, though, is with liberal Judaism being over 120 years old, that's quite old. And so does liberal Judaism get tired? Do organizations or structures get tired? And then you actually need to change something so that you can renew.
Very nice. Thank you so much. And Judith has been doing an amazing job taking notes because we had hoped we would have a flip chart, but that didn't happen. So, but I hope that you have been able to hear each other, and really thank you so much. And Judith, over to you.
What I've realised listening to you all is I thought that I had some kind of new knowledge to pass on, but I'm actually hearing what I had prepared repeated back to me, which is kind of comforting and slightly disconcerting. So, but thank you. I kind of feel like I'm in the right place, which is good. So in a sense now, I'm just going to echo what all of you have said, because your comments are incredibly insightful, and I'm going to just kind of appreciate those and kind of move with them a little bit. So I think that one of the things about the LJ contradiction, if we accept that there is a kind of fruitful contradiction at work, is, as we've said, and Aaron kind of alluded to quickly a minute ago, is that we have 120 years of liberal Judaism. And I think that what that contradiction between the liberal and the Judaism has done, in a sense, has been to create a very creative space between these two bodies of thinking, liberalism and Judaism. And that creative space, it doesn't always work, but in its most constructive mode is incredibly relational, dialogical, and dynamic. Oh my gosh, my flip charts here. I'm really tempted now. I've got to tell you, this flip chart took me longer to prepare than the notes for the actual talk. So I'm quite keen for you to see it. My handwriting's not great, so it took an immense amount of energy to make it legible. Now, just oh yeah, we've kind of moved on a long way. We've done the introduction, very Greeks and rabbis. We've done. Here we go. We're thinking about our contradiction. So our contradiction, I think, is creating in its best moments then something that's relational, something that's dialogical, and hopefully something that's dynamic and something that will take us forward. And this is important because it's, I think, in this in-between space. I always like the word vision. I use it quite a lot, but that's the only time I'm going to say it now. But this in-between space that the liberal Jewish contradiction has created is actually extraordinary. I don't think that you'll find it in other parts of the progressive Jewish world. So that's why I'm keen for us to be discussing it today, so that we can articulate it in some way and to hang on to it and to move forward with it. Now, I think what's really curious about the contradiction, and somebody alluded to it already in the answers that they were giving, is that it's an open contradiction. It's not a closed contradiction. We're not looking for closure. And in that sense, we're quite brave. We're open and imaginative. We're not looking in terms of how contradictions have often worked historically or philosophically through dialectical thinking, where you go through thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. In a sense, we're kind of like thesis and antithesis, and we're not quite sure what comes next, but we're kind of open to whatever it might be, which I think is a kind of interesting take on the Jewish dialectic or the Jewish contradiction as far as it's played out within liberal Judaism. Now, I think this is kind of an essential place for us to be, because this is how liberal Judaism can continue to offer an alternative to perhaps not only this kind of pressing notion of how are we authentic, which is often, I think, a discussion that closes things down, but it's also a really interesting and vibrant reaction to a lot of the popular narratives out there beyond our own community of liberal Judaism, which are offering stories, politics, philosophies of certainty, of closure, and of finality. And those are all quite dangerous, particularly in their current mode. So the contradictory dynamic of liberal Judaism then, if we accept that there is such a thing, I think offers a really important counter to closed thinking. Liberal Jews have to be incredibly careful not to enter into closed thinking. Even if we kind of, I've said it's really important that we kind of are able to articulate what the liberal Judaism is or what the liberal Jewish contradiction is, but we can't say, right, we've sussed it, and that's what we move forward with. We have to keep it kind of in momentum. Because the one thing that we don't want to do, I know this is all of us because of what I've heard from you, is we do not want to enter into anything that could be misunderstood as extreme or fundamentalist. It's possible, I think, and that would be an interesting contradiction, liberal fundamentalism, and it's something that people do discuss. There is such a thing. So we have to be kind of careful that we're not so pleased with ourselves about our liberalism that we then go, we've got it sorted, guys, and we're now going to press it on others. Yes, please.
Just because they're streaming it, otherwise I can't hear it.
Just when you talked about, wouldn't you say that actually the fundamental of liberal Judaism and progressive is that the word of Torah isn't from God?
Yes.
I mean, that's to me, that's, and that's, if you like, the two.
That's brilliant.
Where it all starts from, and everything comes from that.
I love it. Thank you. I'm going to think about that in a minute. That's perfect.
Rabbi Rosenberry, I saw your Learning Hub presentation some months ago and have been sort of obsessing over it for quite a bit of time now. I'll just speak louder.
They can't hear it on the stream otherwise.
When you propose a theology of ethical humanism, and I think that that you're right, that the essential contradiction is that we know that the Bible was not written by the hand of God, and that we certainly do embrace values that do not come from within Judaism. But I wonder if there's sort of a compromise between ethical monotheism and ethical humanism, perhaps a monotheistic humanism where we would say, well, the only thing that we couldn't come up with by ourselves, that's quote unquote revealed, which is to say we made it up, are perhaps the idea that God is one and that humanity is created in God's image, which then perhaps makes the liberalism imperative.
Love it.
I think we're going to have to, because not everyone heard the last time Judith talked about this. So we're going to. So I think I want to just give Judith a chance to just continue, so we can draw on where you are going, so that we are catching everyone up on ethical humanism before we leave ethical monotheism behind, and then Ruth will come to your comment as well.
Ruth, are you okay to hold on for a moment? Yeah? Okay, cool. We won't forget. Okay, thank you. This is a really good moment then. I'm going to skip past, I was going to do this whole thing about how we need to be valiantly humanistic, because we're living in a kind of very strange post-human moment with lots of apocalyptic scenarios floating around that people are attracted to. And I think part of what we need to do as liberal Jews is to counter that. Because I think that one of the most important strands of liberal Judaism, and this is where the contradiction is going to come in, again, a helpful contradiction, is that we value humanity, the whole of humanity, in all its guises. Now, I think one of the kind of the core, perhaps, contradiction in liberal Judaism is the fact that we describe ourselves as ethical monotheists. Now, we're going to come on to the contradiction between monotheism and humanism in a moment. It possibly isn't. I mean, there is a contradiction, but as you say, we might be able to create something. Exactly. But the main problem with ethical monotheism and its contradiction is basically that we adhere, and we have spoken this morning in our liturgy, that we hold it to be somewhat truthful that there is one God who is the source of our ethical values. And this God is good, fortunately, and we are commanded to be likewise. Now, this theology and the moral values that it advocates exists then independently. It's insisting that these values exist independently of human mind and human context. They come from the heavens. They come from God, which makes those values objective, universal, and rational, supposedly. Now, that's a massive discussion. I'm just going to leave that hanging there for the moment. But of course, there's a problem now, because we've got the liberal aspect of liberal Judaism and its appreciation of ethical monotheism. So there's a liberal challenge to that notion, which is that morality, or good behavior, has to be freely chosen if it's going to be moral. Now, you see where I'm going with this. If the measurement of morality in our liberal context within liberal Judaism is that morality cannot be dependent on something outside of yourself, you have, in order to be moral, you have to have freely chosen those moral acts or ideas or thoughts or whatever it is in order for them to be moral. So there's the contradiction. If we think that our moral behavior is dictated by a God outside of ourselves, and we follow God's commandments, that doesn't make our behavior necessarily moral. Now, there's all sorts of theological discussions around that, but let's just go with the kind of the fundamental point, that there is a contradiction between our liberal values, which say that we must, in a sense, be autonomous individuals who can choose what it is to do the right thing, and to say that we believe in a God who is telling us what the right thing is to do, and we follow that. Yeah, just have a little interjection here, and Josh and yeah.
Genuine question, I hope a genuine question, not an introduction. Can you help me understand why monotheism requires a belief in a divinely dictated morality? I can understand the contradiction between that and the liberal notion of morality, but is there a possibility of a notion of monotheism that doesn't require that?
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, of course, there could be a monotheism with a very bad God.
I think what we are saying is that the notion that we've inherited as liberal Judaism of ethical monotheism kind of creates the contradiction, right? Because the ethical aspect of that is about the being commanded, the good being commanded, right? The ethics is what is being commanded to us. In a sense, if we think about Herman Cohen and Leo Beck, the early thinkers of ethical monotheism, right? What they are, in a sense, responding to is that they are trying to ground their ethics in their monotheism. They're also responding already to that contradiction, and they are also trying to respond to the contradiction of actually choosing or rebelling against the halachic way of thinking about commandedness. And therefore the commandment becomes about the ethical, right? That's when we think about the monotheism, right? We reduce it. The commandment is no longer about should you eat bacon or not eat bacon. That becomes, in a sense, uninteresting for ethical monotheism. The question is more about, what is it going to do to the pig farmer if we decide not to eat bacon? And where is, in that thinking about what does it do to the pig farmer, where is God in that? And I think that's because we are kind of inheriting that tradition as well as the liberal philosophical tradition. That's, in a sense, the kind of contradiction we are in dialogue trying to address a little bit, or explore, or think about where do we go from here. I can see lots of comments. We're going to rapidly run out of time, but that's okay.
I did want to say something, but actually I want to hear more of Judith and less of us, so I probably won't say it. It seems to me that for the contradiction to really take flight, you have to have God as a disciplinarian, rather than God as the impulse to do the right thing. Now you figure out what the right thing might be.
So Karen, sorry, come to the next person. Sorry.
It seems to me that this is an aspect of the challenge to liberal Judaism is the challenge of postmodernism, the idea that nothing is, no position is privileged, that there's no truth, that we have to create our own truths, and that I think is a profound challenge to liberal Judaism.
And that's in many ways what we're trying to address. What is liberal Judaism in a postmodern world, right?
Things that I was jotting down, meta questions in terms of ethical stuff, and I was also thinking structuralist theory. And then I was thinking kind of like more poetically, because that's what I do. I wrote in a poem a very long time ago that Judith probably knows, in every generation it is if I too have come out of slavery. So it's your personal stuff and how you place your stuff into it, what you personally bring it into the equation. It's so lovely to hear you, Judith, doing this stuff. Yeah, go on, Ruth.
So my, was thinking about the liberal fundamentalism. And I think that sometimes people tell me what the liberal Jew should think. And therefore, that's what I need to go and tell them they need to think. And that's what I need to go and tell the outside world what they think. Well, there's a bit of an issue there. There's a bit of a conflict, isn't there, between that and ethical, and how much plurality we can have. I mean, can we have a liberal Jew? I think we probably can, who thinks that Torah is the words of God. And if not, why not?
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you.
They're amazing, amazing questions. I wish we had a bit longer, but I'm going to...
I know. I think, so we were going to do a bit about kind of the critique of the contradiction, but maybe we're going to skip Fackenheim, and you can look at what Fackenheim has to say. Emil Fackenheim, we by the way, we've given you kind of very, well, actually Judith, she's responsible for this beautiful handout, has given you at the very end short summaries of who these people are who we're mentioning. But Emil Fackenheim, not very commonly read in Jewish circles anymore, except for the one thing about his 614th commandment, which, by the way, started off as the 11th commandment because he really was a very progressive Jew and kind of based it on the 10 commandments and then said the 11th commandment, and as someone pointed out, there were already a few more. But Fackenheim basically highlights this flaw and kind of suggests really that by imposing modern liberal philosophy onto our Judaism, that comes at the expense of Judaism, or as he puts it, the Jewish God himself. And I think when we keep talking to each other and we think about God, where do we move from here? Part of us is also an attempt by us to say we are not willing to let the Jewish God himself or herself or themselves, whatever we choose to, however we choose to put it, to do that at the expense of that. And so I think what you were saying, sorry, I didn't catch your name, and your name tag is the wrong way around, so I can't, Joshua. I think that's in many ways what we are trying to do, right? So how do we respond to post-modernity, where post-modernity has said to us there is no more universal values? How do we respond to a world where many of the things that we had assumed were set in stone are no longer set in stone? Gender, sexuality, right? All the nice, neat binaries that the Jewish worldview has for so many years been based on, we know they're not true. And we know that not only are they not true, but they also had deeply unethical consequences. And so how do we respond to that, not falling foul of what Fackenheim says, that if we do this, we will do it at the expense of the Jewish God himself?
Absolutely. I like the idea that maybe it's only in this context that we go, let's just skip Fackenheim. But there you go. We're going to skip Fackenheim. We're going to somewhat skip Fackenheim for the moment. So we're sort of, between us all, we're laying out some of the issues that are or need to be kind of fundamentally addressed if liberal Judaism is going to carry on as a contradictory but somewhat coherent movement into the future. And this major contradiction, which we may or may not agree with, between the ethics of ethical monotheism and the monotheism of ethical monotheism is a conundrum, I think, for most liberals today. And one of, this may not work, but I was thinking, well, what if liberal Judaism moves slightly on from ethical monotheism and grasps, as well as it can, ethical humanism? Now, this isn't new ground. You know, this has been discussed for hundreds of years. But what I'd like to do is for us to try and think about whether we can construct, and this may be a contradiction, a liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism. So we're trying to kind of marry two somewhat kind of disparate ways of approaching life and thought together. Now, if we did this, if we thought seriously about the construction of a liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism, it doesn't rid us of contradiction, which is good, because we don't want to be rid of contradiction, because we're all agreed that contradiction is kind of probably one of the progressive engines that we need. But one of the things that it does do is that it moves us on beyond a kind of binding narrative of the divine commandment. Now, some people like divine commandments. I'm slightly more cautious, perhaps, about divine commandment because I'm not sure that they actually come from the divine. They probably come from a patriarchal construction. But we won't go into that at the moment because we tried a bit of patriarchal discussion earlier on, but we didn't. Oh goodness, this is so complicated. Sorry, I'm finding it hard to kind of take questions. Have Leah doing her helpful flip chart thing and not knowing where we are on the flip chart is quite challenging. So we're going to think seriously about a liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism. And this would actually, I think, mean somewhat reconfiguring our understanding of God's covenant as we understand it with humanity and with us Jews, to something perhaps like a creation of a sacred covenant between humanity, not between God and humanity, but between humanity and humanity. But it is still a sacred covenant, and we need to find a way of working that out. I have a few ideas, but I'm running out of time desperately. But maybe we'll have another session in 2 years' time. Now, if we thought about this sacred covenant as being integral to a liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism, then I think there's a possibility that we could look to maybe the modern French Jewish philosopher Emmanuel Levinas to help us out with our kind of conundrum. And I say this because, now the question was, can LJ go Levinasian rather than Kantian? So we're looking at the two Emmanuels, Emmanuel Levinas and Immanuel Kant. Now, I think Levinas can help us with a theology of ethical humanism because he's a powerful advocate of the teaching that moral behavior begins in relation, which I think is absolutely a part of how we understand ourselves as liberal Jews as well. Moral behavior begins in relation and in response to other human beings, not in response to God, which moves us beyond our reliance on a God-centered theology and those ethics that come from God, and also away from our reliance on Kantian thought and notions of the autonomous sovereign self, which was very popular with progressive liberal Jews during modernity for good reason, but is a little bit problematic for us now because we live in a kind of society where we're a little bit more critical of individualism. And it's also, well, let's face it, Kant's not massively Jewish, and Emmanuel Levinas is. So maybe we could kind of like move slightly away from Kant, although that's not, this is a bit tricky, but Levinas didn't actually massively contradict Kant, but he moved beyond Kant's thinking. So we can do the same. We can move along from Kant and our reliance on his thinking and embrace a little bit more of a Levinasian approach, which means that a kind of Levinasian-inspired ethical humanism would move us towards a new liberal Jewish understanding. And I think this is really good. A liberal Jewish understanding in this current age of what it means to be in solidarity with other human beings, rather than understanding ourselves perhaps as autonomous and somewhat hyper-individualistic, which I don't want Kant to kind of be held entirely responsible for, but he certainly perhaps didn't help matters in that sense. So it seems much better for me, I think, and probably for all of us, that Levinas actually advances current Jewish teaching that would like us to kind of see a curb on individualism and a reinforcing of human community, again, which is what I think is essential within the liberal Jewish community. Now, Levinasian ethics are very complicated, and we need to have a whole other discussion about it before we even decided that we could drop Kant and approach Levinas. So we'll do that for another session as well. I've got a list of sessions that
and I think I'm gonna interject here. I think one of the things where we said we would we are also exploring is, right, if we just briefly delve a little bit deeper into Levinas, right, we have still the challenge, it's a very strong notion of solidarity, but it's actually quite difficult to figure out what you should practically do.
Yeah, it's not,
because Levinas is all about the face-to-face encounter with the other, which sort of presents in an idealistic way, right, I see the other and I'm going to give everything I have to the other, and the self is no longer important. But we live in a world where there isn't just one other. And we also live in a world where it's not necessarily helpful if we then become impoverished as a result of helping others, right? That's not how we can practically construct societies. And I think, so one of the thinkers that we explore a lot and talk a lot about, Judith Sklar, who is not hugely well known, partly because she died far too young, who is Jewish but didn't really do Jewish stuff. But it is very much a philosopher of liberal politics. So she never wrote explicitly about Judaism, but she's very Jewish in her thinking. And I think where we found her to be quite appealing, and I think this is also for another session, but maybe to just get you to start thinking about and then helping us think about that further, is her notion of a liberalism of fear, where she basically says it's often quite difficult to know what you should do, but it's really obvious what results in cruelty. So that sometimes it's actually easier to think about the world minimizing cruelty rather than maximizing good. And I think that maybe that is something for us to think about. How do we dialogue? And this is a very Jewish thing, right? Where we're going to put two people in dialogue with each other who are no longer alive, Levinas and Sklar, to think for ourselves how we can think about the theology that Levinas very clearly presents and the liberalism that Sklar shares for us. And to think about, does that help us not to synthesize the contradiction, but to find practical answers in the contradiction for us as a movement, because we're not just pie in the sky thinkers, right? Oh, and now we can see two people. I'm going to just go to Rebecca first, and then I'm going to come to you.
Just short questions. One, when you talk about Sklar, what is thinking Jewishly? And the second question is, if this collaboration movement grows to completion of creating one movement, how will this very thoughtful liberal theology exist in contradiction or sharing? And I just wondered about those two things.
I'm sorry, just very, very quickly. I suppose in terms of a new movement, I would like to see liberal Judaism taking the kind of the vanguard of its thinking into what might happen in the future, because I think this is where it's at.
And the Jewish thinking?
Jewish thinking is a really interesting question. And it's something that a lot of people ask. What makes something Jewish? Is it the person who's thinking it because they're Jewish makes the thought Jewish? Or is there something about the thought that makes whoever thinks it, whether they're Jewish or not, Jewish?
So I would offer an answer which Dr. Tamara Wright, who supervised my rabbinic thesis, who's actually a scholar of Levinas, offered, which she says, if you look at kind of the modern political theorists, what we tend to see what makes, and it's not exclusively the Jewish thinkers, but it seems to be always in the Jewish thinkers, is that they're not allergic to the other. that oftentimes in modern thought, we saw the scenario where you imagine what happens, I'm on my own on a lonely island and somebody else comes. Do I perceive the other as a threat, or do I see it as a responsibility to respond to them? And I would say Shklar is very much in the camp of, I see it as a responsibility to respond to their needs, rather than seeing them taking resources away from me.
Just very quickly, are we possibly creating a new contradiction, which is between liberal Judaism and religion?
Yeah, that's great. I love it.
Well, I think that taking a Levinas sort of approach, that it's easy to think that it sort of disposes of God and that it moves on from God, as you know, as you sort of frame the discussion. But I think while I certainly can't believe that God came down from anywhere and said, "Thou shalt have solidarity," I can believe that solidarity-ness is from God.
Thank you. I'm going to let you move on.
Move on. I don't know how to move on. We've kind of, our discussion has kind of not followed the linear pattern that I was. Actually, linear and pattern probably don't go together. The linear trajectory that I was expecting. And I don't know what. Are we supposed to stop?
10 more minutes.
Oh, we've got 10 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I'll go back to where I. Yeah, and I've got something to say now. I did think it was, I just wanted to respond quickly to what Ruth was saying, because I think there is something important in our thinking again about this notion of liberal fundamentalism. And Judith Shklar actually, I think, does address that, where, you know, the kind of the liberal command to do good, to maximize good, can become a tyranny, which is another contradiction. And it's something I think that we do need to be mindful of, when very well-intentioned liberal progressive thinking becomes authoritarian. Now, how we tackle that, I think, is through being dialogical and relational. And I would throw in another word here, and I think it's something that LJ does really well. It's that we are an agonistic community as opposed to being an antagonistic community. So the agonistic community is prepared to debate and struggle, but without, well, not at the expense of the person that you are struggling with. Whereas the kind of the antagonistic relationship is where you actually just kind of want to smash the other person's argument and kind of prove your point. So I think there are lots of things that we can somewhat kind of like pat ourselves on the back for. I think we do have a foundation of relational, dialogical, and the agonistic discussion. Now, oh my goodness, I don't know where to go from this, because I want to say something quickly about. I want to say something about this liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism, and I think that it would teach, not at the expense of God, so I guess this is where the agonistic element comes in, but that it would teach something about, again, that humanity has the capacity to construct its own ethical values. But not only that we can do it, but that we must do it. I don't think we have an option. I think the world, in a sense, is going towards something maybe somewhat catastrophic. And unless we begin to kind of have faith in ourselves again, you know, thousands of years of human civilization, the art, the culture, the music, the morals, unless we can find in ourselves a way of celebrating that, to lift us up again out of, I think what I do believe to be a kind of negativity around what it is to be human at the moment. And that's not to kind of point fingers at any particular political group, but there is something around at the moment where we just don't feel good about being human. And whether we kind of want to think about, well, what is the human in relation to the planet? What is the human in relation to other creatures? That is absolutely brilliant. But humans are conscious, rational beings. And in a sense, we have to push through whatever catastrophe we are in the midst of making and try and come out of the other end of it positively and constructively. We don't have an option. I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. You know, that is the only route that we can take, and we have to take it in a kind of constructive, and in a sense, a re-understanding of the modern trope, which is that we can do this. We've got to stop saying we can't do it. We can do this, we can change things, we can turn things around. And I think that liberal Judaism, small though we are, has a kind of crucial part to play in that.
I'm going to come. I think Roberta wanted to ask or make a comment, and then I wonder, Judith, I'll just give you a heads up, whether you could talk a little bit also, we talked about this kind of idea of the disappearance of God already being kind of being present already throughout our tradition, and how does it reflect here? I think that would be useful if we could just pick up there as well. That was your question.
So we want to construct a liberal Jewish theology of ethical humanism. We're not having to start from the very beginning. I do believe that there are there is a narrative within Torah which actually tells the story of the disappearance of God, audibly and visually, from God's relationship to humanity. And we obviously might call that the Hester Panim, the hidden face of God, that God disappears, as things become more and more difficult for humanity. But you could also say that it's actually a very insightful theology. Where God disappears, humanity has to take responsibility. And I think that that's, in a sense, what liberal Judaism also teaches. It's up to us. Whatever we think about, does God step in? Does God intervene? Probably that's a bit difficult for most of us to answer, and probably we'd say no, given the various horrors that the Jewish community has inflicted on it. It's down to us, and I think that the Torah narrative says something about that. The other thing, of course, is just within Torah, we have the whole notion of that Torah is no longer found in the heavens. It's for us to make on earth. And the rabbis pursue that thinking. So I think that we can build up, just from our own textual traditions, a very solid form of a theology of ethical humanism. In a sense, what I'm saying is, and it sounds so trite, and I don't know what God thinks, but I think that God wants us to be the best possible humans that we can be, to fulfill, all our extraordinary capabilities and capacities to the nth. Why would we? In a sense, if God exists, that is the God that I would want to believe in, a God who believes in us.
And I think one of the things that is really worthwhile exploring, and it's kind of the next step in our project probably, is if we are thinking about kind of how even traditional Judaism has perceived this tension and this disappearance of God and human agency, is in many ways it is symbolized in the debates between the house of Hillel and the house of Shammai. And actually the halakha says we always follow Hillel. We don't follow Shammai. And if we look at actually the debates between Hillel and Shammai, we see that the house of Hillel embraces human agency. Oftentimes when we think about the debates, or when these debates are presented, they're presented about halakha and a question of stringencies. And that, Shammai is more stringent and Hillel is more lenient. But actually, if we really read the text, we find something there about human agency, that Hillel embraces, and the house of Hillel embraces the notion that even if we hear God's heavenly voice, the correct answer is stay out of it. Lo bashamayim hi. even if we would hear God's voice. So it doesn't even become about can we feel God's actions in this world anymore, because even if we would see God's action in the world, that wouldn't absolve us from our responsibility. And I think one of the things that is, in my opinion, quite frightening that we are currently seeing in Judaism, in certain strands of Judaism, in particular in the more right-wing, ultra-Orthodox, religious Zionist kind of interpretations of Judaism, is a messianic trend to kind of say, you know, we need to kind of fantasize about the messianic age instead and the Messiah instead, which goes hand in hand, and actually the Kabbalists talked about that, with an embrace of Shammai, with an abdication of human agency. And if we look at the text, the messianic texts, right, we get these images. They are very beautiful, but they're actually ethically shocking, that, you know, the world will be in tatters and all we should do is sit there and weep alongside God. That is a shocking ethical response to seeing the world in bits. And it comes, and it really leads to a very, very scary fundamentalist way of reading Judaism. So I think one of the things we're also trying to do is kind of rescuing Hillel and not allowing Shammai to get the better of us, because it's quite tempting, right? If we think about climate change and all the huge problems, it's quite tempting to just say, we're just going to sit and weep. But we cannot afford, like what Judith said, we cannot afford it. We simply cannot afford to say we're not going to optimistic and say we've got that. Because the only answer to that is then seeing it all go down the drain. Maybe not us, but a few generations on. I can see Ben wants to come in.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I just have a very quick question, which is basically, how do you reconcile a philosophy and a theology that says we don't have the answers and we can't have the answers, and that's the goal is not to have the answers, with a sort of activist theology where you need to start doing things, and if we're going to not just sit and weep, then we need to at least have some semblance of an answer, surely. How do you reconcile that?
No, I think that's a really interesting question, and it's actually it's an aspect of theology that I really enjoy reading and studying, which is the apophatic, the unknowing aspect of God, and what we can or cannot think of about God or articulate about God is, in many respects, incredibly liberating. But how you make that political, I think, is an issue, and it's an issue that the postmodernist thinkers like Jacques Derrida and indeed Emmanuel Levinas actually also struggled with. The thing is that what I would say to you is they struggled with it, and they may have not completed an answer, but I think it's beholden on us to continue to struggle with it. And we'll find a way at some point. It may not be our generation, but it may be the generation that comes after us. And I just kind of like leading on from that slightly, because I was very interested in this notion of the fragmentation of thinking and values and truth that came with postmodernity was enormously liberating for a lot of communities. But it has left us with a legacy of being unable to kind of speak or articulate something that we think is kind of solid, universal, applicable, beyond the self. So what I would think is that, I don't think it's beyond the bounds of possibility, and what I see it's creeping into academia now, which is a kind of a reconstruction after deconstruction. So I would like to see LJ again in its kind of Wissenschaft mode, to be the body of people who can, in a sense, rethink what is universalism, what is humanity, what does it mean to say that we are rational and conscious and able to progress, but in the aftermath of postmodernity, Because we don't want to kind of like just say, well, postmodernity's done and it's done a lot of damage. We want to build on postmodernity, but somehow we want to revitalize the incredibly important constructions that modernity ushered in for liberal Judaism. And it's actually those things that will probably propel us forward into a slightly better future as well. So I think it's beholden on us to, as I say, I mean, and when I say kind of intellectual, I don't mean that in any kind of elite sense. We're all intellectuals. We're all capable of thinking. We just need to celebrate thinking again. And I think LJ can do that.
And I think what we are saying, right, what LJ cannot be is what we don't want LJ to be is to fall into the sense of reactive nostalgia, right? To respond to the post-modernity with a nostalgia for the modern. So it's not that we are saying, with our critique of postmodernity in many ways, right? We are critiquing postmodernity and the deconstruction of everything. It's not that we're saying, therefore, modernity, we should just go back to a nostalgia of modernity. What we're saying is we must move forward creatively. And I think we are seeing this nostalgia actually rearing its head everywhere, especially on the right at the moment, but also in some circles on the left. And I think this is why we brought for you the final as our concluding quote, the Arendt quote on new thinking, right? That the point of total terror is to eliminate the possibility of the new. As liberal Judaism, what we must never do is to eliminate the possibility of the new. And we must always look, how do we together, in order to matter, in order for LJ to matter, how can we think new together?
That was a brilliant ending. Thank you, Leah. And thank you all for, as I say, you're kind of like a mirror image, which is massively comforting and slightly disconcerting. So the idea that I would bring, Leah and I would be able to bring some new thinking is obviously not quite right, because you're all thinking new things on your own. We slightly moved away from the theology of ethical humanism, but I would just end by saying that is our new thinking. I think that we can. It's kind of beholden on us to kind of grab that and not to be afraid of where it may take us. Can I just thank you all? And I've made notes, and I don't know how I'm going to kind of distribute these thoughts of yours back to you, but I will try and do that. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you.